Check 1, 2. Hello. All right. Hey, good morning, everybody. Can everyone hear me? Excellent. Welcome to the Northeast Aerial Drone Competition Regional Championship. This is the pilots meeting. My name is John. I'll be your head referee. If you have any questions about game rules, things that happen during the match, so forth, I'm your guy for that. Please remember those questions need to be directed to me by students. If you have not been inspected yet, there's still a small number of teams that haven't passed inspection. If you haven't passed inspection yet, please go to inspection as soon as possible. You must pass inspection before your drone can take the field, so please make sure you get that done. If you have your engineering notebook and you'd like to, your competition logbook, and you'd like to drop that off, you can do that at the inspection table as well. Please also remember there is absolutely no flying of drones outside the flight zones. This includes your pit. You may not fly drones in your pit. If you need to fly drones in the pit gyms, there is a practice field in each gym where you can fly and test stuff out. There should be no flying of drones in the pit area. The game manual actually says I'm supposed to kick you out of the tournament if we catch you flying a drone somewhere you're not supposed to fly a drone. So please don't make us do that. No one wants that to happen. The match schedule just got generated. It is live on our website at wvrobot.org. There are QR codes to the schedule being passed around. We're playing a huge number of matches, and there's a lot of teams here, so we're trying to not burn several trees on paper copies of the match schedule. But if you would like a paper copy of the match schedule, we can print them on demand. Come see us after the meeting, otherwise it's on the internet. We're playing a lot of matches at a very fast pace. We're playing a match every 2 minutes and 29 seconds for 12 hours between today and tomorrow, totaling 290 qualification matches, 10 per team. So it's really important that we stay on time. I need your help to do that. Please keep an eye on the match schedule, know what match we're playing now, and show up here at the fields at least 3 to 4 matches before your scheduled match. So if you're in match 30, for example, you should be arriving at the queuing area over there at the latest while we're playing match 27, and then you'll have plenty of time to get set up and be ready to go when we get to your match. When you enter the gym, you're going to come in through there from the pits. You're going to walk behind all the seating, and you're going to enter this area through the giant blue arch over there. That giant blue arch is the entrance point for both teamwork and skills. Skills on the left, teamwork on the right. When you come up to the fields, we have some queuing tables here where you can wait. If your field is not yet available, you can check in with our queuers, and then once your field becomes available, you can come over here and get set up. Please make sure you are set up and ready to play when we get to your field. Ready to play doesn't just mean you're standing there. It means you are ready for us to start the match. Your drone is turned on. It's connected to your controller. You're in a legal starting position. Your visual observer is over there. All that good stuff needs to be done before we get to the field so that as soon as I get to the field, I can get a quick thumbs up from everyone and we can start the match right away. If we get to your match and you are not at the field, we're going to wait until the scheduled start time for the match. And if we are at or past the scheduled start time, we're going to start the match with the team that is at the field. It's not our goal. You know, it's never fun to start a match with fewer than the expected number of teams, but we've got to stay on schedule. We absolutely don't have time to wait for teams to show up if they're not at the field. So please be here so that we don't have to run the match without you. Start of the match. Your starting position is in front of the pilot station and between kind of this piece of pipe and the edge. So both drones start in this area. Please make sure your light on your co-drone is either red or blue as defined by the schedule. And if you want to do a quick launch and land as you're setting up to make sure your drone is connected to your controller, I'm fine with that. Feel free to do that. And again, please make sure you are ready to play when we get to the field. During the match, you've got to stay in your stations. So the pilot and co-pilot from each team are on this side of the field. They're between the blue flag here and the edge of the field. 4 people, up to 4 people, 2 from each team in the pilot station here. The visual observer, up to 1 from each team, is on the opposite side of the field, and the visual observer can walk anywhere on this side of the field, but they may not go past the edge or around the corner. So just this side of the field for the visual observer. Please keep your drone in the field within reason. Obviously, there's some tasks here, particularly moving these rollers that might result in your drone straying just a little bit past the PVC pipe. It's not a huge deal if that happens, but please make sure you're in control of your drone and it's not going super far out of the field. If we identify a safety issue relating to your drone, flying far out of the field, then we will ask you to land, and you will not be able to resume play in the match. So please make sure your drone stays in control and in the field. The eclipse, you got to do the eclipse in the last 30 seconds of the match. There'll be a chime at 30 seconds remaining, so you know when that is. Got to do 5 things in this order. You fly through the yellow gate. You fly through the green gate. You go over this curtain, under the red, and then over the blue. And again, you've got to do that within the last 30 seconds of the match. Please make sure the couple of gates that you fly over, please make sure it's clear to us that you are flying over the gate and not just around it. In particular, this blue arch gate here, the last step, is relatively common for teams to kind of cut this corner and cheat inside. And if you do that, you got to be really careful because you might actually go over the red gate here instead of over the blue. So please make sure it is abundantly clear to us that you are actually flying over the blue arch gate and not just around it. Landing on these things. You must be on the ground before the timer hits 0 to get points for landing. If you are still in the air when the timer hits 0, then you've not landed. So please make sure you get on the ground before the end of the match, and remember, you've got to land on the pad or cube of your color. If you're red, you got to land on the red pad or cube. If you're blue, you got to land on the blue pad or cube. When the match ends, please make sure not to touch anything. I know when you are practicing at home, you want to get a lot of matches in, and so you kind of get into the habit of walking into the field and resetting things as soon as the match ends so you can play again. Please make sure that we have time to record the score without anything being disturbed. Once we have the score, we will show you on our tablets. You can give us a thumbs up or thumbs down. If we miss something, please let us know. We want to make sure we get the score correct. And then once we have a thumbs up from both teams, we'll submit the score, and at that point, we'll let you know that you can walk onto the field and pick up your drone. But please make sure you stay out of the field before that time. If you have any questions for me, please ask them. I want to answer your questions. It is my role as the head referee to help everyone understand and follow the rules. So if you have questions, I want to answer your questions. But if you have any issues you want to raise with me about something that happened in a match, you got to raise those issues before you leave the field. You got to raise those issues with me before you leave the field. Once you leave the field after a particular match, that's the end of your opportunity to make any appeals about anything that happened in that match. We're now going to talk about skills. Give me 1 second. Here's a photo of the skills field that I'm going to reference in this section. Skills fields will be open anytime we're up here playing qualifying matches, which is in total 12 hours. We have 4 skills fields, so everyone should have plenty of time to get all their skills runs in. You can do any run at any time, just walk through the line and let them know whether you want to do piloting or autonomous skills. In skills, the pilot station is this green area that's highlighted on the field here from the red archgate to the end of the mat. The pilot and co-pilot stand in that station. The visual observer can walk, and the imperative word is walk, not run. The visual observer can walk all around the field throughout the match to observe things. Both the skills missions, unlike teamwork, both the skills missions involve scoring things as they happen during the match, rather than just looking at the state of the field at the end. So you will have a scorekeeper standing in or very near the pilot station, and that scorekeeper will tell you things as they're recording them. As you go through a gate, they'll say through gate, and then as you loop, they'll tell you. So you will be able to kind of keep track in real time of what we're scoring. Please, make sure you're working with them. If they miss anything, let them know as it happens, because with this kind of scoring, it's very difficult for us to go back and correct that at the end of the match, because it's all based on what happens during the match. So if you have any issues, please work with your scorekeepers to resolve them. And again, please don't procrastinate on your skills runs. We have plenty of time for all teams to get all their runs in. The skills field will close when qualifying matches end tomorrow afternoon. So if you don't get all your runs in because you waited too long, you should have done them earlier. Couple things about piloting skills in particular. Piloting skills, you get 2 60-second skills matches. Your drone starts on that first color mat next to the red arch gate, and you've got to do the tasks in order. It's like completing laps of a racetrack. You go through the red, and then through the first keyhole, and then the second keyhole, and then the blue, and then the cubes, and then you can come back to the red, and then the first keyhole, and so on in that prescribed order, except that you can break out of the order at any time to go land. Autonomous skills is a little bit different. You get 2 sessions. Each session is a 5-minute window, during which time you can do up to 3 skills runs. That 5-minute session timer begins at a very specific point. It begins at the moment when you set your drone down on the field in its starting position for the first run. So you walk up to the field, you can roll the die and set up the color mats for your first run, you can connect your controller to your drone, you can do all that kind of prep stuff. As long as you do that before you set your drone down on the field, then you can do that outside of the 5-minute window. But the moment you set that drone down on the field for your first run, that's when the 5-minute session timer begins. And once it's started, the session timer does not stop. So if you want to do a second or third run within that 5-minute window, then you've got to pick up your drone, reset, make any changes to your code, and roll the die and re-randomize the field. You've got to do all that while that 5-minute timer is running. So if you want to get all 3 runs in your 5 minutes, you got to make sure you're doing that promptly. Starting position for programming skills is either on that first color mat or anywhere on the adjacent programming mat. So you've got more places to start. And in skills, you don't need to do tasks in a specific order, but you can't use the same element twice in a row. So you can't just loop through the same gate a million times. And each skills run, each of your individual runs within that window ends either after 1 minute is up or when the session timer reaches 0. So if you start that third run with 30 seconds left in your 5-minute session, then that run can only be 30 seconds long. I'm out of notes. Does anyone have any questions? The question was, can you practice on the skills field? The answer is yes, if there is availability on the skills field. We're happy to let you practice. But if you're doing that, while people are making runs and someone wants to do a run, then it's going to take precedence. Next question. Skylar has a microphone.
Testing. Nope. Let's see. There we go. I can hear myself now.
How many times are you allowed to practice on the skills field?
How many times are you allowed to practice on the skills field? I don't think we have a specific limit, just as it's available.
Can we take video of a piloting or autonomous run to assist in later scoring?
Can you take video of your runs while you're doing them? There are no rules prohibiting that, as long as you're not transmitting wirelessly. So you can't be on a FaceTime call while you're in skills. But if you just want to record video, that's fine. No, we are not allowed to look at video replay under any circumstances. But if you want to record it, just for yourself, you're welcome to. Any other questions?
For the skills match, can you do a loop around the yellow ring, for instance, and then a loop around the green and then back to the yellow? Or would that not count for you?
So in programming skills, you can go back and forth between two elements. You can't just reuse the same element over and over. So if you want to loop around the green keyhole and then loop around the yellow keyhole and then loop around the green keyhole and then loop around the yellow keyhole, that would be fine in autonomous skills. That would not be fine in piloting skills. In piloting skills, you got to do them all in that order. Any other questions? All right, if there are no other questions, please hang out here. We're going to have the opening ceremonies at 9:30, which is just over 10 minutes from now. And then we're going to start playing matches promptly at 10. If you're in the first few matches, please make sure you're here in time to do that. Thank you very much, everybody. Hope you all have fun. Thanks for coming.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Fairmont State University's Dragonfly Aerial Drone Regional Championship. On behalf of the NASA Robotics Alliance, the NASA facility, and Fairmont State University, we are so happy and proud to have all these teams here on campus today. And we want to know that you are absolutely our top priority. We are so excited and look forward to making sure you have a wonderful event. I do have a couple of small housekeeping things. For those of you who would like to buy lunch tickets, and please, we are still doing our barbecue dinner. Please buy those tickets on the second floor right here, just to my left. We'll be selling those from until I think 10:30. So please go purchase your tickets. We will be relocating the concert tonight and our dinner to the dining hall due to the inclement weather that is pending upon us right now. But again, on behalf of the campus and the NASA facility, congratulations on making it here to the National Championship, and we hope that you have a wonderful 2 days here on campus.
Hey everybody, you ready for this competition? Yeah? I didn't hear anything. Are you ready for the competition? Woo! So are we. I am Troy Klein. I'm from Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory. I basically grew up in West Virginia. I don't know if anybody knows where Parkersburg and Ravenswood, West Virginia are, and also Petersburg, West Virginia, and a couple places around the state. But I eventually went to West Virginia University. I've worked with folks here at Fairmont State University, and then ended up at NASA, and I do outreach and communications as a career. Now, we brought everything that we could think of with us for Dragonfly and Parker Solar Probe, the closest mission to the sun right now. In that back corner right behind you, you see a big picture of the sun. We have a table we just set up, and we have stickers for Dragonfly, Parker Solar Probe, some other mission materials. It's all free, so you can take any of the materials that are paper or stickers off that table and use it. And I'm going to hand this over to our flight engineers for Dragonfly, which hopefully are going to tell you about how they're going to be flying this week. Would you like to see a test vehicle for Dragonfly take off today? Yeah?
My name's Jason Stipes. This is John. We're the flight test team for Dragonfly. We actually brought one of our test vehicles out back. It's a half-scale copter, so the actual Dragonfly lander is twice that size. But that vehicle back there actually does fly. We use it to test all of the autopilot and control algorithms that will be used on Titan. We have a smaller version of that. It's actually the same size as far as the rotors go, but without the body on it, that we have outside, and we'll be doing some demo flights. We're worried about the weather coming in around lunchtime, so we're going to try to get in 2 flights this morning at 10:30 and 11:30 right out front here. So if you're interested in seeing that, just coming out. It'll be about a 5-minute flight. We'll fly it around the courtyard here, and hopefully it'll be fun for everybody. And during the day, we'll be out back over by the display answering any questions that you might have about the flight test vehicle. So
all right, welcome everyone. My name's John Samsock. My background's in aerospace and mechanical engineering, and I get to, as my job, I get to build and fly that big drone in the back in the back table there. That's a half-scale prototype of the Dragonfly drone. We're going to be there all day today, tomorrow. So if anyone's interested in talking to us, we'd be glad to tell you about the mission and what we're doing with it, with that drone in the back there. And we'll be doing the test flights, like Jason said, at 10:30, 11:30. And just make sure, you know, when we're flying the drone, everyone kind of stays back away from it and things like that.
Thank you, Dragonfly team, all the way from Johns Hopkins. This is very exciting for us to have this model of the drone and the demonstration flights here in the quad. Next, I'd like to invite Tim from NASA IVNV.
Hey, welcome everybody. Real close. All right, so My name's Tim Lilliette. I am the NASA IVNV project manager for Dragonfly right here in Fairmont, West Virginia. Surprisingly, there is a NASA center here in West Virginia. So it's the Katherine Johnson IVNV Center. There's some gentlemen back here if you want some information about that. A little bit about myself. I've kind of done a little bit of a government tour of duty, we'll call it. I've worked for everything from NASA, the FBI, NOAA, the Department of Defense, and then I finally came all the way back to where I started, and I still work at NASA. So if you have any questions, the Dragonfly team will be back here to answer those about the simulator. Hopefully the weather cooperates. We get a little bit of flight time later. I'm trying to think anything else I want to talk about. I think that's about it. So thank you all for coming here. Look forward to seeing you guys compete, and good luck.
Thank you, Tim. And yeah, if you came here off exit 132, you drove right past the NASA IVNV facility. Next, I'd like to welcome Luann, the coordinator for the aerial drone competition for the Robotics Education and Competition Foundation.
Hey, everyone. So I'm curious, in the crowd, is this their first regional championship? Who's here for the very first time? That is awesome and so exciting. Who has been here before? All right, we got about half and half. That's really exciting. Hey, guys, yes, it is a championship. And yes, there are all these amazing trophies here that you guys can earn. But today is about celebrating you. It's about celebrating what you have done this season. It's about celebrating the success that you had. So over on the skills field, if you've had a programming score and your highest score was, I don't know, 10 points, right? What I want you to do is not say, hey, I can't win this trophy. I want you to strive to be better than you've been any other time this season. Strive to earn a little bit higher. You guys are all about just making yourselves and showing off everything that you guys can do. Can you guys do that for me today? With that said, I also want to remind everybody that it is a competition and tension can sometimes get a little high, okay? All the people you see here are volunteers. They are choosing to spend the next 2 days with you. So I ask that you guys respect them. Talk to them politely. If a mistake is made, then please just ask them a question or have a conversation with them. It is really important that we all stay calm and collected as we go out throughout the course of the day. Right? Can you guys do that for me as well? All right. Lastly, I just want to remind everyone, the aerial drone competition is relatively new to the REC Foundation. We are actually in our 5th season, which is super, super exciting. You guys are on the ground floor of this. So when you leave here today, I'm going to ask you to go back to your communities, go back to your friends, tell your colleagues, your coworkers, your neighbors about this program, because I want to see this get into more schools and more states across the country. And your excitement about what you're doing is going to help catapult that. The aviation industry needs people. You guys are all getting an introduction to drones and aviation, and that's super, super exciting. Those career opportunities that you are being exposed to now are in abundance. So you guys are going to have those opportunities. So we want to get more and more students to get that exposure. With that said, I'm going to close this out and have fun. Do we need anybody else to say anything? All right, have fun, guys. Enjoy the day, and welcome to the Aerial Drone Championship Dragonfly.
This is a friendly reminder that matches begin at 10 o'clock. So be here and be on time. Coaches and parents, be sure to purchase your lunch and dinner tickets on the 2nd floor. Up until about 10:30, we're offering those. I am so excited about the evening. We have the best bluegrass band in, I would say, all of West Virginia and maybe a much larger area coming to perform for us tonight to get a feel for what it's like to be here in West Virginia.
teams. It is 9:55. We're going to begin our first qualification match at 10 a.m. If you are in qualification match 1, 2, 3, or 4, please head to the queuing area so that we can get started promptly. All right, we've got thumbs up all around. Let's get started with our first match in 3, 2, 1, take off. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. 2 drones up in the air. We've got Team 91635C, the IRHS Drone Team 3 from Frankfort, Delaware. Their partners, 2727C, the Chichester Chi Flyers from Boothwyn, Pennsylvania. They've knocked all 4 balls off the starting pillars, but one of those pillars was also tipped over. Now both drones focusing on clearing out the 7 chambers on the near side of the field. It looks like at this point 1 is cleared. Both drones flying precisely over the edge as we go just under 1 minute. Looks like 3 chambers cleared out of 7. Make it 4 as we hit the 30-second mark. A blue drone through the Eclipse path. They have to complete a 5-point course here in order to receive points for the Toad Eclipse, getting direction from their field side observer. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. Next up on the A3L Federal Works field, 2 teams getting ready for match number 2. We've got 22-192A Aries from Woodbridge, Virginia. The partners 2802A Riverside Rad A from Springfield, Vermont. Pilots making sure that their drones are in working order here. All right, scores are in for our first match. 44 points for IRHS Drone Team 3 and the Chichester Chi Flyers. We're back on the A3L Federal Works Field Center stage. for qualification match 2. All right, we've got thumbs up all around. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, both drones up in the air. The blue drone in the back right corner from Riverside Rad A, knocking off 3 balls from their starting pillars, and they've all stayed up so far. Trying to get the 4th, they've got it. Now they head back to the near side of the field. They're going to join Aries in clearing out those starting chambers. Looks like Aries has already cleared 2, almost 3. Riverside Rad focusing on that large chamber in the center. Now Aries moving up the left-hand side, clearing the red balls out of that chamber. As we reach the 30-second mark. 6 chambers cleared, and Aries begins their way down the Eclipse path. They make it through the yellow keyhole gate. Now Riverside Rad joining them, both through the first keyhole gate, Aries through the second. 5 seconds. Drones heading to land. 2 seconds. 1. A close finish there. Our scorekeepers will tally up that match as we head down for the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V facility field, stage right.
Match number 3 at 2 drones for match number 3.
Over on the Fairmont field, we have our 2 teams ready to go. 60365A, the Delta Flyers from North Sutton, New Hampshire, and 61736A, the Mockingjays from Edison, New Jersey. Okay, we're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones up in the air. Red making their way to the chambers. They're going to go ahead and move that pillar out of the way, or that roller out of the way. Work on those blue chambers first. While the blue drone over onto the pillars, they've got 2 pillars knocked over. 1 pillar knocked over. Let's see, this looks like they've got 3 of the balls knocked off with 1 pillar knocked completely down. Looks like we had just a slight collision. Our red drone is upside down. It's going to be a little hard to get that one back right up, but the blue drone is going to make their way over to the red side. We still have 50 seconds left. Let's see if they can clear those chambers out. Looks like we've got one of the blue chambers cleared, while red working on those red chambers, or blue drone working on those red chambers now. We've got at least one cleared as we come up onto that 30-second mark. They can now go over into that eclipse zone. Blue making their way. They've got at least a partial, making their way through the green keyhole gate, coming out of the field just a little bit. They've got 15 seconds. They now have a total eclipse with 10 seconds left, making their way over to that landing pad. And they have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's the end of that match. On our A3L Federal Works field, we have our 2 teams ready to go for match 5. Actually, we have 1 team ready. We're looking for our other one. We have 2614A, Team Pluto from Morgantown, West Virginia, teamed up with 61736F, the Firebolts from Edison, New Jersey. Okay, our head referee's back over on this field. They're giving a thumbs up. We're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone is up in the air, making their way back to the pillars, knocking one pillar over. That one's not going to count. Let's see if they can get the other 3 and keep them standing. While our blue drone over onto the blue chambers. Looks like we've got at least 1 chamber cleared. Our red drone clearing the last 3 pillars without knocking those over. They'll at least get points for those 3. They've made their way to the front of the field. They're going to work on those red chambers right along with their teammate, the blue drone. Looks like blue has at least 2 of their chambers cleared. Working on that 3rd one, red has at least 1 cleared. Trying to get that 2nd one cleared. Blue fighting with 1 last ball, trying to get it out of that 2nd chamber as they near that 45-second mark. Looks like blue almost has all 3 chambers cleared. Red still working on their side while blue goes to that center chamber. We're coming up on that 30-second mark. They're going to hear it in about a couple seconds to where they can go and enter in and start trying to go on for that eclipse. We've got the blue drone with a partial eclipse making their way over to the green keyhole gate. Red now making their partial eclipse with 20 seconds left. Both drones through the green keyhole gate. Red under the red arch, over the blue arch for their full eclipse. Blue working their way over with 8 seconds left. They just got to go over that blue arch. And there with 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Blue drone coming up just a little bit short, making it on the landing pad. As we move over to the Catherine Johnson field for qualification match 6, we have 3619C Prop Shop from Charlottesville, Virginia. They're ready to go. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Teamed up with 69838F Aerial Wolves Foxtrot with Virginia. Our blue drone getting caught in one of those pillars as they try to knock it off. It looks like they're going to see if they can take off the end, and they do. As their partner up in the front working on those blue chambers. Looks like they've got at least one of those cleared. They've got a couple balls still left in those upper chambers. Blue drone has 2 pillars still standing. They've got the last one left to go. Let's see if they can knock that last ball off, and they did. They're making their way up to the front, getting caught on that guide wire. Three again, this time they are not going to give up as they get to 40 seconds left on the clock. Looks like our red drone clearing all but one chamber over here for the blue side. While over on the red, they're working on the red, getting at least one clear. They heard that buzzer letting them know they have about 30 seconds left. They've got a partial as they're making their way through that green keyhole gate. They've still got about 13 seconds left, and they just made a couple of flips as they make their way over to that landing pad. They're coming up just a little bit short. They've got time, and they've landed with 3 seconds left on the clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, down here on the Fairmont
State University field, the audience's far left side, we get ready for match number 7. If you didn't know, and you've not been here before, the Falcon Center is the student center for Fairmont State University, and it's the hub of all of the campus. And right here in the gym today, we're going to have 2 drones from East Longmeadow, Massachusetts, and Boothwyn, Pennsylvania. The Flying Spartacles and the Chichester Mavericks. They'll be working together for the highest score possible that will average with their scores for the days to get them set up and in place for qualifications. Their goals are many. They've got to decide what goals they want to do and what's their priority. Is it going to be clearing the chambers for 5 points each? Is their priority going to be the towers and the balls on top of those for 8 points each? Will they focus on the partial eclipse for 5, the total eclipse for 25, or their landings? Landing on the box is worth more than landing on the landing pad, but the landing pad bullseye is the top score on the field. So these teams will be deciding how they're spending their time, and if they have any extra time, they'll be moving single ball into the single ball, I don't call it bonus zone because it's not a bonus, but it's one each for each of those balls that goes into the big score zone. And that's a difficult task to do. We'll see if these guys can do it. We've not seen anybody else move the roller today and do that, but here in match 7, these teams might be the ones. All right, the judges are ready. The pilots and visual observers are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Both the red and blue alliance in the air. Your red alliance, the Flying Spartacles, are headed over for the towers and the balls on top of those. The Chichester Mavericks are headed for the chambers to move those balls out of the chambers. Some teams move balls in a descending order like they're doing, going 1, 2, and 3 away from the audience. Some go towards the audience with the farthest balls moving in all in the middle chamber, and then all 18 balls out of the chambers. They did knock down 1 tower, so they will get points for 3 towers, not all 32 points. Red drone is on the ground there, Flying Spartacles on the ground, but they've managed to take off again, so they're in the air. That'll be important because they need a landing to get those points at the end of the match. 40 seconds left means they've got 10 seconds before they're even allowed to head towards the blackout curtain. The blackout curtain has the 2 keyhole gates behind it. 1 keyhole gate they can partially see, 1 keyhole gate they cannot see at all. Visual observer has to help direct them through that last keyhole gate. Once they get through that keyhole gate, they can then fly the rest of the eclipse route. Collision with the red arch gate. Blue then makes it successfully under and over, completing their eclipse, total eclipse, for 25 points. Time expires. Moving over to the AL3 Federal Works field for match number 8. Fight Club and the Flying Spartacles C. Flight Club is our red alliance here. and Flying Spartacle C is our blue part of our alliance. They'll be working together here. Hopefully they've talked about some of their strategy and what they're going to do. Our judges have thumbs up. Our drivers and visual observers have thumbs up. 3, 2, 1, go for match 8. Quickly, they both get up in the air. The Blue Alliance, the Flying Spartacle C, heads over toward the towers, and they begin to knock the balls off the top of the towers. They're using their downdraft rather than a touch on that. That one they touched on the third one, and perfectly done. 32 points completed for there. Now they're going to move over toward the chambers to clear the chambers. The Flight Club has the first 2 chambers cleared. They're moving from the back towards the front, towards the audience, which was the opposite of the other group did over on the previous match. But they're moving back and forth. This is a game of control. Not so much speed, but control and steady flying to move those balls. They use that downdraft back and forth, gently rocking those drones to get the balls moved from those chambers. 36 seconds left, and after you hear the chime, that'll open up the blackout zone. And now they're allowed to fly through the keyhole gates. Both partial eclipses completed. Red has a total eclipse. And they're going back for the center ones now with 12 seconds left. Looks like they're going for a landing on the cube. Red has a landing on the cube. And blue on the landing pad. Great match for those 2 teams.
Ready to go?
On the Captain Johnson IB&B facility field, we've got teams ready, judges ready. 3, 2, 1, go! We've got Vikings B from Woodbridge, Virginia, and Edison, New Jersey's Queen team in the air. They're working together to clear the chambers on the corner. Red has tapped and removed the ball from the first pillar. They've tapped the ball for the second pillar. Third pillar tap has successfully, with no towers knocked down. Full 32 points on that for them. Now they're going to work together to clear these chambers. Notice the steady hands and concentration of those drivers. Small, gentle movements to move those balls through the chambers. 6, 12, 18 balls per chamber. For 3 chambers, red color, blue color. The blackout area is opened up now. And they are committed this time to shooting when they are moving the keyholes for the partial and full eclipse. Keep in mind, the audience can see those keyholes, but the drivers cannot. The currently situated so that the drivers can't see keyholes, and they've got to use the vision to this one just happened to be a little too tough, and neither of those got the complete eclipse or the landing.
Now on Fairmont State University field for match number 10.
Both drones set up in their starting positions. Pilots going through their final checks. All right, we've got the thumbs up all around. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, take off. On the left-hand side, flying the blue drone, heading on to the chambers immediately. We have the Bandits from Bell, West Virginia. Their partners, the Flying Spartacles B from East Longmeadow, Massachusetts, in the back right corner of the field. Clearing off these pillars. Teams try to knock the white balls off the starting pillars, but not knock the pillars over. They've got 3 so far. Make it 4. Now both drones in the front half of the field, clearing out those chambers. The blue and red balls start in 7 chambers here. Teams get points for each one of them that they clear out, and it looks like they have some fraction of 4 done. Only a few remaining on the right-hand side. And the Bandits clear them out. Now we've got 4 empty. Flying Spartacles looked like they were going to take care of the red chambers next, but instead, under that 30-second mark, they're heading towards the Eclipse path. Both drones have made it through that first keyhole gate, now trying to line up with instruction from their visual observers on the second. Under 10 seconds. Looks like both drones are going to bail out of the Eclipse path and head over to land. I think one made it down before time expires as we move on to match number 11 on the A3L Federal Works field. Pilots are going through their final checks here, making sure they're connected. On the field, we've got 22960C Hornets from Orange, Virginia. Their partners 1802C River Valley Rads from Springfield, Vermont. All right, let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. River Valley Rads heading towards the blue chambers first. The Hornets heading to the back right corner, working on those pillars. They've scored 3 so far, lining up with a 4th. The pillar wobbles, but it stays standing. Now both drones focusing on chambers. Two chambers cleared on the blue side, 1 on red, make it 2. I think we've got 7 chambers cleared for now with plenty of time left on the clock, 35 seconds. Both drones hovering in the center of the field, waiting for that chime so they can start the Eclipse path. River Valley Rads make it through the first keyhole gate. Hornets following quickly after. River Valley Rads, they've cleared the whole path. They're going to head to a landing zone of their choice with 10 seconds remaining. Hornets trying to find their alignment. It looks like they've bounced off of the blackout curtain. They have hit the ground. 2 seconds left. 1. And as we move down to field number 3 for our next match, just a reminder for everybody, in just a couple of minutes, there's going to be a demonstration of the Dragonfly drone out on the quad just behind the fields outside. So if you're not here for a match, be sure to check that out. And setting up for match number 12, we've got the Drone Boys from Hamlin, West Virginia. Their partners, Aerial Aces from Edison, New Jersey. Teams are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Aerial Aces immediately heading over to the near side of the field. They've pushed the roller past its starting position. That should clear a path for them to push balls through to the blue goal a little bit later. For now, they're going to focus on clearing out those chambers. They have 2 for now. In the meantime, the drone boys, they've cleared all 4 pillars. A little riskier of a strategy than we've seen so far. They just ram into the pillars at just the right amount of force to shake the ball loose, but not knock it over. Aerial Aces, they've cleared out all 3 blue chambers. Now they're moving those balls across the front wall of the field towards the blue goal in the right-hand side. They've got a few in there. In the meantime, Drone Boys, with 35 seconds on the clock, working on red chambers. Now the drones starting to shift towards the back left corner to work through that eclipse path. Aerial Aces get through the first keyhole gate. 15 seconds. Drone Boys now coming to join them. They get through the first one as well. They're going to cut back to a landing zone. 5 seconds left. 1 drone landed. 3, 2, 1. A percussive landing there as we head back down for match number 13. Before we get started on match number 13, just a quick reminder, a Dragonfly drone demonstration happening outside just behind the screens right now, I've been told. Right now that's happening, so go check it out.
Over here on the Fairmont field, we've got Team 77935G, the Aerial Avengers from West Grove, Pennsylvania, teamed up with 79628D Team Gold from Palmyra, Virginia. We've got thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone making their way back to those pillars, while their alliance, the blue drone, making their way over to those blue-sided chambers. They've got at least one of those chambers cleared. Looks like the balls are getting a little bit bunched up, but they managed to clear that second chamber while their alliance partner working on those pillars. Looks like we've got 2 pillars down. They won't get points for either one of those pillars. Let's see if they can get the other 2 without knocking them over. Well, over back the front of the field, looks like our blue drone has cleared 3 of those chambers. They just cleared that center chamber, totaling 4 chambers cleared. They're going to get 5 points apiece for each one of those chambers. Looks like our blue drone making their way to the back of the field. They're going to see if they can get those pillars. And they did, just 1 standing. Let's see if they can get the second one. While their red alliance is up in the front trying to clear those red chambers. So we've got 2 of the 4 pillars standing. They're getting ready to hear that 30-second buzzer. Blue lying in wait, waiting to go over to start making their way through that eclipse. They've got that partial for the blue. Red still working on those chambers. They're now going to make their way over to the front. They've got about 20 seconds left. Red also with the partial. Pilots working with their visual observers, trying to get over. Looks like our blue drone almost done, and they just finished with that total eclipse. They're making their way over to that landing pad. Red only with the partial, also on the landing pad with 1 second left. Looks like blue may just have it bullseye. Moving on to the A3L Federal Works field for match 14. Our 2 teams are ready to go, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. We have 2632P Wind Pigs Fly from Morgantown, West Virginia, teamed up with 1802B River Valley Rads from Springfield, Vermont. Our blue drone getting one of those balls off of that pillar without knocking it over. Let's see if they can get the other 3. While their alliance partner, the red drone, working their way through those blue chambers. Looks like they've almost got that first one cleared. Well, they've got the center one cleared. They're working on those side ones. Blue still trying to get that 1 ball off. They've got 2 of the 4. Let's see if they can get the last 2. They've still got about 50 seconds left on the clock. And they've just cleared the last one. So all 4 are standing. They'll get all those points. 32 for that. They've made their way up to the front. Looks like they're going to start working on those red chamber while red is still working on trying to clear the blue. Looks like we've got at least 1, 2, 3 of those chambers cleared. They just heard that bell letting them know they can go into that blackout zone to start working on those eclipses. Blue making their way. They've got the partial. Let's see if they can get through that green keyhole gate. Red also making their way over to that eclipse zone. Blue through the green keyhole gate, under that red arch, and over the blue. They've got a full eclipse. Red getting tangled up with 3 seconds left into that keyhole gate, the green keyhole gate, not quite making it, but it looks like they at least have the partial. Over on the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 15, we're getting a thumbs up from both our teams. They're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our two teams are 98888A Country Drones Take Me Home from Wellsburg, West Virginia, teamed up with 7793D Bill and the Boys from West Grove, Pennsylvania. Our red drone already clearing all 4 balls off of those pillars, making their way up to the front of the field to go help their alliance out, clear those chambers. Looks like the blue drone already has all 3 of the chambers cleared for the red. They're going to go ahead and work on that center one. That'll make 5 chambers cleared. Red's still working on the blue chambers. They've got 1 last chamber to clear. Blue drone moving that roller out of the way. Let's see if they'll put any of those balls into those goals. And they get blue has a couple of those red into the red goal. That'll get them a couple extra points. Blue, a couple into their blue goal as well. There's a few extra points as they reach 30 seconds. Red with the partial, blue with the partial. Visual observers trying to help them through that green keyhole gate. Both drones through the green keyhole gate at the same time. Under the red, over the blue, and that is the full total eclipse for both those teams with 10 seconds left. Both pilots making their way over to those landing zones with 5 seconds left. They're both on the landing pad. Looks like our red may have a bullseye.
Here we are at match 16 already. Down here on the Fairmont State University field. If you didn't notice, there was a big drone flying outside. That was the Dragonfly demonstration. They'll be doing those periodically. And then also tonight over at the football field. Do not miss that. Great time. We are looking at indecisive flying pigs here. And they are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Indecisive, I think, is our red team. No. Flying pigs is our red team. Indecisive is our blue team. They're going to work together to get as high as points as possible and add that to their average for the qualifying rounds. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of their pillars cleared, 32 points there. They're now working together to clear the chambers, 6 balls per chamber, 18 for each color there. And then they've got the middle chamber, which is shared, is the easiest one to clear. Looks like they're going to save that for later, but they're working back and forth. Slowly, steadily, 5, 10, 15 points on their chambers so far. They're doing a good job staying away from each other. We want to avoid collisions at all costs because a drone that's upside down on the field gets no points for landing, and it does not help their alliance partner out. At 30 seconds, they now have the option to fly through the keyholes and the arch gates to perform the maneuver that we call the partial eclipse. They're both completed partial eclipses. Now they're going to work together on the total eclipse. The partial eclipse gives them 5 points each. The total eclipse gives them 25 points each. And then they go for 10, 15, or 5-point landings. That drone looks like a 5-point landing there on the landing pad. On the A3L Federal Works field, we've got Perry County PCCHS Red Barons from Hazard, Kentucky, and their alliance partner, the Red Alliance, is the Flying Ninja Nuggets. Visual observers are ready. Drivers are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! They're quick in the air. They've already talked about their strategy, so they know what each other's doing. They know where to go, what to do, how to get there. They're going to work on those chambers for blue. The red drone's doing the blue chambers. And the blue drone is taking care of the towers and the balls, successfully knocking all 4 balls off without knocking over the towers. Gets them 32 points. They're working on 5 points per chamber now. Back and forth, they're getting those balls out. The balls are stacked up there by the roller. They've got plenty of time left before the 30-second mark chimes and the blackout curtain opens up and lets them fly the eclipse maneuvers. That's the first of the rollers there. Now they're moving to the maneuvers, to the keyholes. The visual observers are communicating to them to get them through the keyholes. Blue has the total eclipse, and they're moving for the landing. They're going to try for the 15-point on the bullseye. And they say, you know what, 5's good enough for us there. We're on the ground, we're landed, we're going to stay there. Great match for those two teams. On field 3, Kathleen Johnson, IVNV Facility, Independent Verification and Validation. We have our teams here ready. These teams Match 18, Piggy Pilot Society from Charlottesville, Virginia, and Apogee from Charleston, West Virginia. They are ready to go as drivers and judges. 3, 2, 1, go for match 18. Red just a little delayed getting off the mat there, but the Piggy Pilot Society is going to move in and take care of the towers. First tower that they approached is knocked over. Second tower successfully clear without knocking it. 3 out of 4 towers, and they're headed over towards the chambers. Back and forth, forward and back. They're using the downdraft of the drones to move those balls. Both of these teams moving from back chambers towards the front, toward the audience. A few teams have chosen to go the other way, but most teams go back to front. They get all the balls piled up there. A ball that goes up over top of the boundaries and the pipes is okay. It doesn't matter as long as it gets the balls out of the chambers. Apogee now going towards the center goal there. They've cleared that out. 30 seconds chime lets you know that the blackout zone is open, and they are able to head to the keyholes. Visual observers are telling them how to go and stuff. We have the red drone from the Bacon has completed their eclipse, and with 4 seconds left, they're headed towards the landing pad.
All right, next up, back to the Fairmont State Field, match number 19, where we've got 69838A Aerial Wolves Alpha from Woodbridge, Virginia. Their partners 25067A Air Bank 1 from East Bank, West Virginia. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Air Bank 1 heading to the near side of the field. They're going to start clearing out that blue chamber. Their partners in red Aerial Wolves Alpha. Trying to find the right angle there. They've got the first pillar cleared. for the second. This one comes all the way over. 1 minute remaining. And 1 pillar remaining. And there they've got it. 3 out of 4 stay standing with the balls knocked to the field. Airbank 1 scoring in the blue goal on the front right corner. Now Aerial Wolves joining them. They're going to focus on the red chamber. All 3 of those blue chambers are clear for now as we reach the 30-second mark. Aerial Wolves passing through the first keyhole gate. Airbank 1 following close behind. Airbank 1 almost getting through that keyhole gate. We've reached the 10-second mark. Teams now heading towards their landing zones of choice. Looks like we've got one going for the cube. It flips, but we have one other drone in the blue bullseye. And we're ready to go on the A3L Federal Works field. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flying the blue drone in the back right corner, working on the pillars. We've got Fluco Engineering 2 from Palmyra, Virginia. Their partners, North Marion Aerial Drone Team M, focusing on the red chambers to start. All 4 pillars cleared in 20 seconds. Now both drones in the chamber area. One minute remaining. Good progress on those outer chambers, blue, with only a few remaining. And only one in the back of the red. And there we go, 3 red chambers cleared and blue running just a second after as we reach the 30-second mark. A very close call there, but they do dodge around each other. Central chamber nearly cleared as Fluco Engineering 2. They've made it through the first keyhole gate, but they take a bounce off the second one. Back out into the middle of the field. We'll see if they can recover. In the meantime, 10 seconds left. Looks like we're just going to go for a bullseye landing here for the red drone. 5 seconds. I think that blue drone might be stuck underneath the blackout curtain as time expires. And now we're going to walk on down to the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V field, where we've got 2 drones almost ready to take off. Just Keep Flying from Morgantown, West Virginia, and Arsonists from Edison, New Jersey. All right, let's get started. 3, 2, 1, takeoff. Just Keep Flying heads to the pillars first. Flying in red, their partners Arsonists in blue, working on chambers. They've got 1 cleared for now. Just Keep Flying lands briefly, but then they pick back up and quickly clear off the last 3 pillars. All 4 are clear now, and they're going to join Arsonists on the chambers. 1 minute remaining, plenty of time. All 3 blue chambers cleared. Now the Arsonists shift their focus to the center chamber. Just Keep Flying almost has red cleared as well. 6 chambers cleared as we reach the 30-second mark. Just Keep Flying is going to just keep flying over them. In the meantime, Arsonists, they clear both keyhole gates, then loop back into the field to finish the eclipse path. Just Keep Flying, trying to do the same. Plenty of time here, 12 seconds on the clock. They get through 2 keyhole gates as well. They're going to finish the path, it looks like. 5 seconds left. Arsonists go to land over the bullseye. 2 seconds, 1. A tumble there at the end. But we're in for a high-scoring match.
Over on the Fairmont State Field for qualification match 22, we have Fluco Engineering 1 teamed up with Aerial Arson. We have thumbs up from both of our pilots, so we're ready to go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone making their way back to the back of the field for the pillars, while the blue drone is going to go ahead and start on those chambers. Looks like they've already got one almost cleared. Our red drone clearing one of those pillars. They just got the second one cleared, so let's see if they can get the other half done. While that blue drone up in front has 2 of those chambers completely cleared, working on that final third one, while the red drone here in the back clears 3 of those 4 pillars, knocking one down there at the very end. They make their way to the front as they're going to go ahead and help their alliance with clearing some of those chambers. Looks like our blue has 3 of those blue chambers cleared, and they're going to go ahead and start on that center chamber. Red still working on the red side. Looks like we've got at least 1 cleared. Blue coming over to try to help them out. Hopefully they can stay clear from each other and not ram into each other and knock one over. With 30 seconds left, they can go ahead and make their way over into that blackout zone to start those eclipses. We've got red with a partial eclipse, working with those visual observers, trying to get through that green keyhole gate, coming way out of the field. Blue still working on some of those chambers up at the front. They've got 7 seconds. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Looks like our red drone was able to land on the red landing pad. Moving over to that A3L Federal Works field for match 23. We've got Chichester Iron Eagles teamed up with Aerial Wolves Charlie. We've got thumbs up all around, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone making its way back to those pillars. Blue drone already working on those red chambers. Looks like we've got almost one of them cleared, while the red drone here in the back has one of those balls knocked off of its pillar. It's still standing. Knocks the second one off. It starts to teeter just a little bit, but they've all remained standing so far. They've got one last ball to knock off, and they've managed to do it to get 32 points for their alliance. They've moved to the front to start working on the blue side of those chambers, trying to get 5 more points for each chamber that they've managed to clear. Looks like our blue drone has 2, but they accidentally pushed some of those balls back into those chambers. They'll have to get them out before they'll be considered cleared. With 45 seconds left on the clock to go, looks like our red drone has 2 chambers cleared. Red still fighting with one of those red balls, trying to get it out. Looks like they've managed to do it. They've got 2 chambers cleared as well. They're getting ready to hear, and there it is, that 30-second chime telling them that they can go ahead and start their eclipses. Looks like our blue drone has a partial, easily going through that green keyhole gate. They still have to go through the arches in order to get that total eclipse. Red through with the partial. They're through the green keyhole gate as well. They've got 9 seconds left. They've still got to go through those arches with 5 seconds left, and they've done it. So both our drones with total eclipses. 1 second left. Looks like only our blue drone was able to make it onto the landing pad as we move on to our Katherine Johnson field for match 24, where we've got the Hyper Drones teamed up with number 5. We've got thumbs up. We're ready to fly. In 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones in the air. Blue making their way to the back of the field. They're going to start on those pillars. Red all the way up into the front. Looks like they're making their way to the blue side of those chambers. They're going to start working on those. Looks like blue trying to get one of those balls off of that pillar without knocking it over, and they've managed to get 2 of them. 2 pillars still standing. Working on that third. They've done it. They've got 1 more left, and all 4 pillars are still standing, so they'll get total points for that. While up in the front, looks like both of our drones are now managing to work on those chambers. Blue, they're going to go ahead and move that roller out of the way before they start working on those red chambers. They're going to go ahead and clear all those out of that first one. Looks like our red drone, they've managed to clear 2 of the chambers over onto that blue side. That'll give them 10 points, 5 points for each chamber cleared. Looks like blue also has 2 chambers cleared as well. They've still got those final chambers. They've got 30 seconds left. Red accidentally blowing a couple balls back into those chambers that they just cleared. Red still fighting with a couple of their chambers as well. Looks like Red's going to go ahead and start working on their eclipse with 15 seconds left. They've got a partial, working with that visual observer, trying to get through that green keyhole gate with 10 seconds left. Coming way out of the field. 5 seconds left. Blue still working on that center chamber. They're going to go ahead and go away from it while they try to go over and land. Coming up just a little bit short.
Match number 25 on the Fairmont State University field. We have Tech Titans from Edison, New Jersey, and Hermes from Morgantown, West Virginia. Pilots and co-pilots are ready. Visual observers are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! They've already talked strategy, talked about their strengths and how they can help each other out the most. It looks like the Tech Titans from Edison, New Jersey have chosen to go for the towers and pillars and knock the balls off that. They've done that by touching each ball without touching any of the towers to knock them over, so they get 32 points there. Great way to start their match. Next, they'll go for the chambers to clear the chambers for 5 points each. Hermes has got 2 of their chambers done. They're working on their third one. They're moving from the far side of the field towards the audience. Tech Titans is working on theirs. Yep, they've just about caught up to them there. Here in about 5 seconds, you'll hear the chime that opens up the blackout area of the field, and it'll let them go through the eclipse and partial eclipse. 5 points for the partial eclipse. 25s for the total eclipse. have a landing on the red cube for 10 points. 10 points on the red cube. Ooh, and battery falls to that drone as it hits the ground. Not a soft landing. A3L Federal Works Field number 2. We have Sky Strikers and the Flying Top Hats. Flying Top Hats currently has the highest skill score. Is that right? Skill score for Flying Top Hats? Yeah, highest skill score. Congratulations on that. And they're ready for this match. 3, 2, 1, go! Both drones in the air as they take 2 different directions there. The Sky Strikers from Edison, New Jersey, working on the towers. They get them both, all 4 cleared, 32 points there. Now they're headed over to the red chambers and the red balls. Precision flying here by both teams, clearing those chambers, not leaving any balls behind. The chamber has to be completely cleared of all balls to get any points. If part of a ball is in part of a chamber, it doesn't count. It's got to be completely cleared across the line. And it looks like they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chambers cleared. 25 points there. If you didn't know, these drones have 3 settings on them. The co-drone EDUs have 3 settings for flying slow, medium, and fast. A little touch on the roller there. Some balls across the back there. And then they're going to let that go and work on these high point keyhole gates and their eclipse maneuvers. The visual observers giving them a lot of directions here on how to get through that green keyhole, causing them a lot of time. And time expired. Land those drones. Catherine Johnson Facility Field. We have 2 teams here ready to go, and they are 76553A, which is team name 76553 from Prince Frederick, Maryland, and their partners are the Drone Masters from Edison, New Jersey, 61736A. Drone Masters will be the Blue Alliance in this one, and 76553 is the Red Alliance. And now they're ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Both teams with a quick takeoff. That saves them about a second there by knowing how to do that. Those valuable, valuable seconds. Drone Masters, 4 out of 4 towers. There's a little green tripwire there, though, that almost cost them a flip upside down. Crash is not too bad of a thing, but a crash that flips upside down is terrible because it's not recoverable if your drone's on the ground upside down. They are now moving through the chambers. They went for the center chamber first to put the red and blue balls into the big alleyway there by the rollers. 45 seconds left. (76553) working on those chambers. The chime tells us that the blackout area of the field is open. Both headed for the keyholes. And the announcer over that blackout curtain, working on the second part of their eclipse. Both teams with total eclipses. Little bounce off the box there for the red team. They get it back up in the air with 2 seconds left, and they land it!
What a finish. Now we're back on the Fairmont State Field, match number 28. Galaxy Drones and Elite Panthers are ready to go. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Galaxy Drones immediately head to the back right corner and line up over the pillars. Elite Panthers clearing out one blue chamber, nearly two, as the first pillar gets cleared by their partners in blue. There they've got the second. Three out of four. There goes the last pillar. Both drones now on the near side of the field. 3 blue chambers emptied out, 45 seconds on the clock. Center chamber nearly cleared as well. Only a few remaining on the left-hand side with red game pieces inside. 35 seconds. Elite Panthers waiting for that chime, lining up at the beginning of the eclipse path. They clear the first keyhole gate, then the second shortly after. Galaxy Drones lining up with the second gate now, taking direction from their visual observer. Elite Panthers head over to the front left. They go to land. It looks like they hit the ground so hard they may have flipped. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. And we are on to A3L Federal Works Field. 2 drones ready to take off soon. Flying in red, we have Imperials from Selbyville, Delaware. Their partners, the Winged Warriors from Bell, West Virginia. We've got a thumbs up all around. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Winged Warriors wend their way to the back right corner. They drop onto that first pillar and are able to get back up with their propellers. Trying to find the right spot here. Over a minute remaining. There they get the first one. Their partners working on those chambers. Undistracted here. They've got one clear and the rest of them in good position. Both drones clearing chambers as we reach the midway point of the match. 4, 5 of them empty now. Only 2 remain. But they're scored based on the end state of the field, so if those balls roll back in, they don't count. That's our 30-second chime. We might see some shift in strategy here. Yes, looks like. Imperials head to the blackout zone first. They're going to follow the eclipse path. They clear one keyhole gate, then they head back into the field. Winged Warriors trying to line up with that second gate. And they do slip through. Imperials, 2 seconds left, go to land. I think we've got partial eclipses for both drones here, but our referees are going to talk it out. While they do, we're back on the NASA IVNV field for match number 30. We've got Firebolts and Aerial Aces, both from Edison, New Jersey. Just a general reminder that you're going to hear between matches throughout the day for all of our spectators. Cheer your teams on, give them your love and support, but do not coach from the stands. Thank you. All right, John's ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Firebolts immediately heading to that center chamber on the near side of the field. Aerial Aces starting on pillars. One chamber nearly cleared there for Firebolts on the red side. One pillar cleared by Aerial Aces, make it 2. Just over a minute on the clock. 3 pillars cleared. And there's the 4th. One red chamber is emptied out in the front left. The second is almost there, and now the blue chamber's emptying out as well. "35 seconds on the clock here. 2 chambers cleared on each side. Looks like for now they're going to keep focusing on those chambers. All 3 red are clear. Firebolts are going to keep on those chambers. 20 seconds. Aerial aces heading through the eclipse path. They've made it through the first gate. 15 seconds left. Now their partners make it through the first gate as well. 10 seconds. Three, two, one. Looks like one drone landed in time.
We're back over on the Fairmont State Field for qualification match 31, where we have the Red Barons teamed up with the Flying Spartacles. We've got thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone making their way back to those pillars, while their alliance partner, the blue drone, making their way up to those front chambers. Going to go ahead and start clearing some of those out. Our red drone clearing 1 of the pillars, 2 of the pillars, working on those last 2. That last one, and they've managed to clear all 4 without knocking a single pillar over. They're moving up to that front part where they're going to go ahead and start working on those red chambers with their alliance partner. They get 5 points apiece for every single chamber that is cleared. Looks like blue has 2 of the 3 on their side cleared. Red has 1 cleared, working on that second one, and they've each got 2 apiece cleared. Blue trying to clear that final one, and they did it, moving over to the center one to get it cleared as well. Looks like they're going to go ahead and move that roller out of the way. They've still got plenty of time with 35 seconds. They're going to move some of those balls over into that goal area, accidentally moving some of them back into the chamber. They'll have to clear it out. Red making their way over into the eclipse zone. They've got at least a partial, trying to use their visual observers to help them through those green keyhole gates. Blue also with the partial. As we get to 12 seconds left, still trying to get through those keyhole gates with 8 seconds. Looks like we've got 5 seconds left on the clock. Red making their way through for the full eclipse. Both landing, but that'll be up to the head referee as to whether it'll count. Moving on to the A3L Federal Works field, we have qualification match 32, where we have Apogee teamed up with the Flying Spartacles C. We've got thumbs up, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone going ahead and moving that roller out of the way. Looks like they're going to move both rollers before they start working on clearing those chambers. Blue drone in the back, knocking over those balls off those pillars. They've still got 2 standing, knocking over 1. Let's see if they can get that last one without knocking it over. It teeters, but it managed to stand, so they've only knocked 1 over. They'll get points for the 3 that are still standing. Moving up to the front with still a minute left on the clock, they're going to help start clearing those chambers. Both those rollers are already out of the way, so once they clear them, they can go ahead and start placing some of those balls into the goals to get a few extra points. For every ball that's in its respective goal, it'll get 1 point apiece. They're coming up on 40 seconds. They're 10 seconds away from hearing that buzzer. That tells them they can go in to start working on their eclipses. Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chambers cleared, working on the 6th. Once they get that center one cleared, they've already heard that buzzer telling them they can go ahead and start working on their eclipses. Blue with a very quick partial. Red getting ready to come over. They've got their partial. They've got 10 seconds left, working with their visual observers to get through those keyhole gates. We've got red down with 5 seconds left. One drone way up into the air with 1 second left. And that's probably not going to be good for that drone. Over onto the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 33. We got Riverside Rad A teamed up with the Flying Ninja Nuggets. They're ready to go. We're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue making their way over to the pillars while Red's going to go ahead and work on those chambers. Looks like our red drone has a little bit of an issue. They're going to go ahead and try for those chambers again while Blue working on these pillars. They've got 2 of the 4, now 3. They've just got 1 more left. Those 3 are still standing. Let's see if they can knock that last one off, and they've managed to do it with all 4 pillars still left standing. Red has 2 of their chambers cleared. Blue going up to the front. They're going to start working on the red chambers. They've still got plenty of time left on the clock as we get to 50 seconds left. All 3 blue chambers are cleared. That red drone's going to work on that center one while Blue is still trying to clear that final one. Looks like they're going to go ahead and sit over here and make their way over to the eclipse zone. They still have plenty of time. They're only at 35 seconds left. They can't go into that eclipse zone until they hear that buzzer. And there it is. They were there ready to go. They've got their partial, working with that visual observer, trying to get them through that green keyhole gate. Red clearing that last chamber. They're now going to make their way over and try to get that partial as well. They just did it. Let's see if they'll go for the full. They've got 10 seconds left. Blue going to go ahead and land. Looks like Red going for the full. And they've done a total eclipse with 1 second left. And 1 second left, didn't manage to land in time.
On the left end of the gymnasium on the Fairmont State University field, we have When Pigs Fly and Team Pluto. Team Pluto is your blue drone, and When Pigs Fly has the red drone. These 2 teams will be working together to score the highest points possible to bring up their average. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Team Pluto headed over towards the towers here. They're going to use their downdraft to move the balls off the top of the towers for 8 points each. When Pigs Fly, working on the chambers. Both these teams from Morgantown, West Virginia, and they are going to work together to keep moving those balls. 3 out of 4 towers successfully cleared. If you notice, as teams fly, different teams use different heights off the ground, how far they're going to be from the ground, how much wind they're producing towards those balls, how quickly the balls move, and how much force is on those. As we get to 30 seconds, the blackout area of the field is opened. The teams can fly through the yellow and green keyholes and do the eclipse maneuvers. One total eclipse for those teams. On the A3L Federal Works field, both teams given thumbs up. Visual observers, thumbs up. Judges, thumbs up. 3, 2, 1, go! Here we have Aries from Woodbridge, Virginia, and the Delta Flyers from New Sutton, New Hampshire. We have the Red Alliance drone on the field, has landed. There they go. They've recovered and taken off again. Now they're working on those blue balls to clear the 3 chambers on that side of the field. 24 points for the team over here by getting all 3 of those balls off those towers, only knocking one down. What's great about this competition is there are so many different ways to play. They have a teamwork challenge here. They've got skills piloting and skills autonomous, and they have notebooks and interviews. Lots of stuff they can do, lots of communication skills and workplace skills that these students are learning. 15 seconds left, and we just lost the red drone upside down, which is irrecoverable. The blue drone has made it through the keyhole, and they're going to try to complete their eclipse. Yes, and if they complete that eclipse, it gives them 25 points. Chichester Chi Flyers and LCHX, Lincoln County High School X from Hamlin, West Virginia. They are in match 36. The pilots bring their co-pilots so that they have an extra set of eyes to check out the field, to check out what's going on, keep an eye on the whole game as it's going there. They communicate back and forth with their visual observers. Visual observers, are you ready? Drivers, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? Everybody's ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly. The bugle sounds and the drones take to the air. The Lincoln County has taken to the towers and the balls on top of those. Precision flying to remove those balls without knocking over the towers. 32 points, they got them all. Chichester Chi Flyers working on the blue balls from the chambers. They've got 1, 2 chambers cleared, plus the center one. There, the third chamber is completely cleared by the Red Alliance. There's a big roller there. They can roll back and then roll those balls across the back of that and roll them into the bonus goal for 1 point each. Looks like they're going to work on that since they got a few seconds extra here. 30 seconds. The blackout area of the field is open. They're heading through the keyholes. Both teams get a partial eclipse for 5 points. Blue's got a 25-point total eclipse. Red's got their 25-point total eclipse.
We're back on the Fairmont State field for match number 37. Our pilots are going through their final setup. In blue, we've got 9 8888A Country Drones Take Me Home from Wellsburg, Virginia. Their partners, 3619A Piggy Pilot Society from Charlottesville, Virginia. All right, we've got the thumbs up from our head referee. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Country Drones Take Me Home head to the pillars in the back right corner of the field. They knock one down. In the meantime, Piggy Pilot Society begins clearing out chambers. They're working on blue first. One cleared already. Nearly a second. Second pillar scores in the back right corner. Country Drones lining up for the third. There they get it. The next chamber nearly cleared. "45 seconds on the clock. We're halfway through. Red chambers now starting to empty out. Here's our chime for the 30-second mark. Teams now heading towards the back left corner of the field, where they start to follow the eclipse path. Piggy Pilot Society gets through the first keyhole gate, now taking direction from their visual observer. They get through the second. Country Drones following shortly after. 5 seconds left now as both drones complete that eclipse path. 2 seconds. One. We may have one landing there, but it was close. All right, we've got thumbs up all around. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flying in blue, Mockingjays from Edison, New Jersey. Their partners, River Valley Rads, flying the red drone in the back right corner, working on those pillars. The first one, unfortunately, tips over, but the second and third are scored easily. 75 seconds left. They've almost got all four. There they go. Mockingjays have one chamber cleared for blue, nearly have a second, and the River Valley Rads are going to swoop in to the red side of the field and start helping out. 1 minute on the clock. Both drones zipping around the chambers, trying to find the right angle to use their prop wash to clear out the chamber, get the game pieces rolling. And it looks like we've got 6 chambers cleared. 30 seconds left. Mockingjays working on the 7th, while the River Valley Rads quickly get through both keyhole gates. They loop back into the field over the top, trying to finish up that eclipse path. 15 seconds. Now Mockingjays joining them. Only a couple of balls left in that center chamber. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. All right, before we get to our next match, and another announcement that you're going to hear a lot throughout the day. Many of you have already pre-purchased lunch tickets, but dinner tickets are also for sale. Come join us at the barbecue this evening. Those tickets are on sale upstairs in the cafeteria. All right, on the match number 39, let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flying in blue, Arsonists from Edison, New Jersey, quickly scoring the first pillar. Their partners, Aerial Wolves Charlie from Woodbridge, Virginia. They've cleared out one chamber on the red side, working on the second. 75 seconds, plenty of time. As the third pillar is scored, make it 4. Second chamber cleared on the red side of the field. One rolls back in, but they're going to swoop around and clear it back out. Just one red ball remaining in those chambers on the left-hand side. There, they've cleared it. Aerial Wolves Charlie now heading to the center of the field, working on that center chamber. Arsonists following close behind. They've got one more chamber on the blue side. In the meantime, they're going to roll the roller out of the way to clear a path to the blue goal. 30 seconds now. Aerial Wolves trying to line up with that eclipse path. They bounce off the keyhole gate the first time through, but the second goes straight across. They've almost made it through the second keyhole gate. They're going to get some additional alignment from their visual observer there. They've got it. Now they finish off the path over and under the arch gates. 5 seconds remaining. One more incoming here. Looks like they've got both keyhole gates, but time expires before they can land.
Over on the Fairmont State University field for qualification match 40, we've got the Bandits teamed up with the Queen team. We've got thumbs up, so we're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone making their way back to the pillars while the red drone up in front. They're going to go ahead and move those rollers out of the way before they start working on those chambers. They're going to go ahead and work on the blue chamber first, while the blue drone here in the back already has one ball knocked off of its pillar. Pillar's still standing, so they'll get points for that. That second one teeters, but it still manages to stay standing. They're on their last one. Let's see if they can do it and keep all 4 standing. And they've managed to do it, so that'll get their team 32 points. While up in front, we've got 2 of the 3 chambers, now 3 of those chambers cleared for that blue half. They're going to go ahead and push those over onto the other side since they've already got that roller out of the way. The blue drone already they had made their way up to the front to go help out by clearing out those red chamber side balls. As we get to 35 seconds, looks like they blew one back in accidentally. They're going to have to get that one out of the way to get it counted. But they're going to go ahead and start working on those eclipses now. Looks like we've got a partial eclipse for our blue drone. Trying to get through that green keyhole gate, but accidentally sliding down into the blackout curtain. So they'll at least get the partial, while red is still working on those chambers. They're going to looks like they're going to go ahead and do the eclipse and get the partial eclipse. They've got 5 seconds left. They're going to go ahead and land on that landing pad with 2 seconds left. Moving over to the A3L Federal Works field for match 41, we've got Aerial Wolves Alpha teamed up with IRHS Drone Team 3. Okay, we've got thumbs up from both our teams. We're ready to go. We're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone making their way to the back. Go ahead and land your drones. Go ahead and land your drones for us, please. Okay, we're going to try again. In 3, 2, 1, go. Red doing the same thing. They're going to make their way to the back of the field. They're going to work on those pillars while the blue drone is going to work on those chambers up in the front of the field. We've got one ball knocked off its pillar with it still standing. Red landing. Let's see if they can get themselves back up. They've got 2 of the 4 pillars cleared. Blue looks like they've still got a couple balls left in one of those chambers. They'll have to clear those out before it'll be considered cleared. Looks like our red drone having just a little bit of trouble staying up in the air. They've got the 3rd pillar cleared, working on that 4th, and they've managed to clear all 4 and keep those pillars still standing. They're going to move to the front of the field and start helping their alliance partner with clearing those chambers. Looks like we've got a couple balls still left in each one of those chambers there. Looks like one of them is cleared, while red has at least one cleared on their side as well. As we reach 35 seconds still left on the clock, blue has a couple more balls left in that top chamber, but they have 2 cleared. They're going to go ahead and leave that, I think, and go ahead and make their way to the back of the field. Red has a partial eclipse, trying to make their way through that green keyhole gate. Moving back across, having a little bit of trouble with that keyhole gate, but they've got 10 seconds left. They've managed to make their way through. Now they've got to just go through those arches. With 5 seconds left, they're going to go ahead and just land. With 2 seconds left, looks like we've got at least a partial for our red drone. Moving on to the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 42, we've got Drone Masters teamed up with the Elite Panthers. They're ready to go. We're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones up in the air. Red making their way back to the pillars, while blue is going to start working on those chambers. Looks like blue has one of those chambers completely cleared, while red has 2 of the pillars with the balls knocked off. They're working on that 3rd one. Those pillars are all 3 still standing. They got one last pillar left to go, and they've got the 4th one knocked off with all 4 pillars still standing. They're going to move to the front of the field and start working on those chambers with their alliance partner. Looks like we've got blue almost completely cleared. They've just got 2 more balls to move out of the way, and all 3 are cleared. They're going to move to that center chamber as well. Red still working on their side of the chambers, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those 7 chambers cleared. Looks like red accidentally bluffing some of those back in with the 30-second mark. Blue going to go ahead with a partial eclipse, coming way out of the field. Red also with a partial eclipse as we get close to that 15 seconds. Blue is being told to land. 10 seconds left. Blue, you're being told to land with 5 seconds left. Red with the partial, they're going to go ahead and try to land with 1 second left. And there's the end of the match.
And on the field for match 43, we have Hermes from Morgantown, West Virginia, who always has a great cheering section. And we have the Aerial Wolves Foxtrot from Woodbridge, Virginia. Drivers, are you ready? Visual observers, are you ready? Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! A minute 30 on the clock. As it starts ticking down, they head to the towers to remove the large ping pong balls. The blue drone flying out of the field a little crazy there. They need to get that back onto the field. Control over it. Hermes is having a hard time with those balls, but they are getting those towers cleared, and they are all 4 clear with no towers knocked down. Hermes moving over towards the red balls in the chambers. Aerial Wolves Foxtrot has balls in each chamber still. They're up and down, up and down. Looks like they're flying in speed level 3, which makes their controller very sensitive and their drone very fast. 30 seconds remaining. They have the strategy that they want to go for the high point items, which is the total eclipse. Two partial eclipses and no points for landing on that one. A3L Federal Works, one of our sponsors. And we have Vikings B and Flight Club. Pilots, are you ready? Visual observers ready, judges ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Both teams with quick takeoffs there, moving fast over to their areas and starting to work on those towers and chambers. Vikings B all around that first tower, having a hard time with it, but they're finally got it down. Oh, and then the tower falls over. Nice little tap on that one to knock the ball off the top of it. And a tap for the fourth one. 3 out of 4. 8 points each there. They move to the 5-point chambers. They're flying low and fast there, moving those balls. Flying low and fast makes a lot of power on those balls, makes them move pretty quick. Harder to control though. Flight Club steady as it goes. And Flight Club gets their 3 chambers cleared there. They're going to head through the first keyhole. Pilot's not watching the drone because he can't see the drone. He's watching the visual observer. And the visual observer is directing him how to get through that second keyhole. Two partial eclipses, 1 full eclipse. 4 seconds left, and Flight Club lands it on the cube. Catherine Johnson IV&V facility. Field is our sponsor for field number 3. Teams are ready, judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Lincoln County High School and Tech Titans together again. All matches today and the first half tomorrow are randomly generated by the computer. And after that, there'll be an alliance selection tomorrow afternoon, and they will choose their partners for the elimination bracket. A lot of strategy goes into the game, into flying, into how you do that, but a whole lot of strategy goes into choosing partners and how you do your alliance selection and your eliminations. 57 seconds left as the Tech Titans move from the pillars over towards the chambers to start moving balls out of the chambers. They clear all the balls out of the first chamber. Lincoln County High School's got 1, 2, almost the third chamber cleared out. That ball's got to go completely out of that chamber or it's not going to count for the 5 points. They know that, though, because they read that whole big manual about how to do this game. At 30 seconds left, the chime rings and lets them go through the blackout area and the keyholes. Lincoln County's still working on that last part of the chambers over there for that 5 points. And they got it out of there. 8 seconds left. Partial eclipse for red.
And we're going to take a slow walk back down to the Fairmont State Field for match number 46. Running just a few minutes ahead of schedule. 4 more matches before our lunch break. Then we'll be back with match number 50 at 1 p.m. All right. We've got 2 drones nearly ready to fly. Thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Oh, we're going to stop here, folks. I waited too long, and then the timer didn't start. Good thing we're ahead of schedule. All right. All right. Teams are ready for take 2. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. All right. In the back right corner, Ariel Arson from Washington, D.C., clearing off those pillars. The first one gets scored. The second one knocked over. But they're going to recover here and score the third and fourth very quickly. In the meantime, Hyper drones from Edison, New Jersey on the near half of the field. They're clearing out the chambers, focusing on the blue half for now, and now Aerial Arson slides into the red half. 2, 3 chambers cleared for now. Hyper drones nearly have the 4th. Aerial Arson following close behind, only a couple game pieces left in that chamber. 35 seconds. We're approaching that end game chime as the 6th of 7 chambers gets cleared. Both drones now heading to the back left corner, lining up for that Eclipse path. Red drone makes it through first. But the blue drone completes the path with 10 seconds to spare. Looks like the red drone, Aerial Arson, stuck underneath that blackout curtain, but Hyper drone's trying to line up on the bullseye. Only a couple of seconds. We're going to move down to the A3L Federal Works field. Match number 47, featuring Fluco Engineering 2 and the Flying Top Hats. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Piloting the red drone to the back right corner, Fluco Engineering lines up over the pillars. Hovering around that first ball, there it goes. In the meantime, the Flying Top Hats on the front half of the field, they've cleared off one chamber on the blue side, lining up for the second. Fluco Engineering scores the second pillar. 1 minute remaining, plenty of time here as the second chamber gets cleared on the near side. The third pillar scored for Fluco Engineering, and the third chamber cleared for the Flying Top Hats. There goes the fourth pillar. All 4 cleared out. Now both drones focusing on those chambers. 3, nearly 4 scored already. So we hear that end game chime. In the last 30 seconds, teams try to line up and get through the Eclipse path. One keyhole gate cleared for the Flying Top Hats. 10 seconds left. Another chamber cleared for Fluco. Flying Top Hats set down on the blue landing pad. 3 seconds. 2, 1. And a nod from the head ref. Looks like both drones landed in time. We're back on the NASA IVNV field. Match number 48, our penultimate match before our lunch break. We're going to play 49 and then take a little break. But set up on the field, we've got 2 drones, Imperials and North Marion Aerial Drone Team M. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. North Marion heads to the back right corner of the field, lining up with the pillars. They take a swipe at the first one, but it stays on the second pass. They score it. They do knock the second pillar free, but in the process, their drone flips. So Imperials playing alone here on the near side. Plenty of space to work with and plenty of time, over a minute on the clock. They've got 1 chamber cleared already. They nearly have a second. Each chamber progressively gets harder because you're trying to move more balls through that gap. They head to the center chamber. This one doesn't have any baffles on the front of it, so they can just clear that out. 40 seconds now. They nearly have the next one clear on the red side. There's our endgame chime. We'll see if they stick on it. There they go. 3 chambers cleared, but I'm not a referee. 20 seconds. Oh, they're going to come back and work on these pillars. 12 seconds remaining. They get the third. 5 seconds. So close on the fourth one. 2 seconds left. One. And that's the end of match number 48.
Okay, back over in the Fairmont State Field for our last qualification match before we break for lunch. We've got team number 5 and teamed up with the Aerial Avengers. They're giving a thumbs up saying they're ready to go, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone's staying in the front of the field, so they're going to work on those chambers while their alliance partner, the blue drone, they're going to work on those pillars. Looks like they're trying to get back into there, angled correctly. They've got one knocked off. Pillar still standing. Well, up in the front, our red drone has at least one of our chambers cleared. Working on that second chamber. Our blue drone has 3 of our 4 pillars cleared with all 3 still standing, working on that final one. And they've managed to do it. It'll get them 32 points for their alliance. They're going to move up to the front and help their alliance partner finish clearing those chambers. Red clearing that center chamber. That makes 4 of the 7 chambers cleared. Looks like we've got another one cleared by the blue, another 2 cleared by the blue. They've just got one more left to clear. Oh, red goes ahead and moves that center roller over there on the side. Looks like they've heard that buzzer. They're going to go ahead and go for those eclipses rather than trying to score a couple balls into those goals. We've got red with the partial. They're through their green keyhole gate, making their way over and under those arches. Red's got the total eclipse. We've got blue with a partial. They're through the green keyhole gate as well. They're just under 10 seconds, 5 seconds to go. So we got both our red and blue drones with total eclipses making their way over to land. Looks like it'll be up to the head referee to see if they landed in time. But that's the end of match 49. And now we break for lunch.
We'll be back with match number 50 promptly at 1 p.m.
Okay, it is now 1 o'clock, and we are back on the A3L Federal Works field where we're going to start qualification match 50, where we have River Valley Rads teamed up with the Iron Eagles. Okay, we've got thumbs up, so we're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone making their way to the back of the field where they're going to start working on those balls, knocking them off those pillars, trying to keep those pillars upright. While our red drone up front, it's down on the ground. They're back up in the air. They're working on that center chamber first. Looks like they've got it completely cleared. Back in the back of the field, we've got all 4 balls knocked off of those pillars. All 4 pillars are upright, so that's going to give them 32 points for their alliance. Both drones up in the front of the field working on those chambers on the red and the blue side. Looks like we've got 1 more blue chamber cleared. Working on that second blue chamber. Red has 1 chamber cleared for the red side. They've got 1 ball left in that middle chamber. They're going to have to get it out of there before they're going to be able to get 5 points for that one. Looks like they've managed to do it. So we've got about 5 chambers completely cleared over into the front. They still have plenty of time. They're about 5 seconds away before they hear that chime to let them know they're going to be able to go into that blackout zone. Looks like we've already got red through with a partial eclipse. Blue making their way over. They also have a partial eclipse. Both drones having just a little bit of trouble making it through that green keyhole gate. They've got 15 seconds left. Red way out of bounds. They're going to make 10 seconds left. Looks like they're going to go ahead and go to the front of the field. Looks like they went for those total eclipses. They've got 1 second to land. Looks like maybe the blue drone may have landed on the cube. And we've got red on the landing pad. It'll be up to our head referee as to whether they did it in time. As we move over to the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 51, where we've got the Flying Pigs teamed up with Just Keep Flying. We've got thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to take off in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone making their way to the back of the field. They're going to start working on those pillars. Blue drone in the front of the field. They're working on those red chambers. Looks like they've got 1 already cleared, working on the second one. Red with 1 of the pillars cleared, working on that second one. That second one just teetered just a little bit, but they still kept it upright. They've got 1 more ball left to knock off, and they've done it. All 4 pillars still standing. They're still just outside of a minute. Red trying to clear that last and third final chamber, and they've done it while our red drone over onto the front is working on the blue side of those chambers. Looks like blue's now going to work on that center chamber, quickly blowing all 24 of those balls out of that center chamber. They're at 40 seconds. Looks like our blue drone is going to go ahead and sit there and wait for that eclipse to go ahead and start. While our red drone is trying to clear that final chamber. Looks like we've got blue with a partial making their way through that green keyhole gate. Red also with a partial. Looks like blue has a total eclipse. Red's going to stick with just the partial with 15 seconds left. Blue's going to go ahead and land on the landing pad. Red trying to clear that final blue chamber. As we are at 5 seconds left, they're now headed over to the landing pad as well with 3, 2, 1. Looks like we have both drones on the bullseye.
Here we go. For match 52, Galaxy Drones from Edison, New Jersey, and Drone Boys from Hamlin, West Virginia. Visual observers are ready. Judges are ready. Pilots are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Both pilots quick to take off. New strategy here as the Galaxy Drones moves the cylinder, the roller, to the side first before they start in on their chambers. So they've got that ready to move those balls across to those 1-point bonus spots. I like that use of time. Drone Boys gets the towers taken care of and all the balls on top of the towers. And let's see how they use the next. We're going to have to reset the field here. And both those teams are hoping that this next match goes as well as the start of that one did. It was flawless from the beginning. Perfect on both two teams' part. They had lots of time left. And I noticed they had 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Oh, the clock was not running. It never started. And we will get this reset here and get things going here in just a second.
Hi, everybody. I'm Troy from Dragonfly, and I have an announcement to make. For those of you who are interested, any team that gets together and decides to take a creative selfie back there by the Dragonfly motto anytime today, and you post it to Instagram, we'll have hashtags back there in about 30 minutes, and you use that hashtag, post it online. We at APL are going to look at all of the pictures you post. The team that has the most creative selfie in front of the Dragonfly model, we will send that team free Dragonfly t-shirts. How's that sound? All right? All right, so you'll see the hashtags in about 30 minutes back there. Take them anytime you want and come back and just look for the hashtag anytime it's there.
That sounds like fun. All right, visual observers, are you still ready? Take 2 for the drivers and the judges. 3, 2, 1, go! Drone Boys and Galaxy Drones. Galaxy Drone Boys. Again, Galaxy Drones moves their cylinder first to make that pathway open in front of the edge of the field back there. Others anticipate moving those balls across into the 1-point zones. We see Drone Boys is working on, rough break there. Is a little too low in elevation, and 2 towers down. 16 points for the towers. I see 3 bonus balls. I call them bonus balls. Literally 1-point balls are in the goal over there. 4 balls in that are 1-point balls. And Galaxy Drones has moved those balls out of their chambers. Out of the center chamber. 30 seconds remaining. They have the eclipse pattern right now that they're going to work on. They're inside the blackout area. The drivers cannot see those drones right now. They've got to rely on those visual observers. And they are full eclipses. 7 seconds left. Oh, it's the landing, takeoff, and the re-landing on the blue. Great match. Great match by Galaxy Drones and Winged Warriors from Bell, West Virginia, and Sky Strikers from Edison, New Jersey, together in match number 53. Visual observers and pilots are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! They're in the air. Watching out for that green tripwire, as I call it, as it comes across there. And carefully, precisely, 32 points, right there it is, as they get quickly through those towers. Now they move to the red side of the chambers. They've got their cylinder rolled back to make an open path across the front into those bonus points. With 45 seconds left, they've got plenty of time to try to score some of those bonus points before the blackout area even opens up, before they try to do the eclipse and the landings. We call it an end game because that's where the big points are. 30 seconds left. They feel confident they can get those balls out of the chambers. We're going to send the red drone through the eclipse. They've completed the partial, both teams partial. Full eclipse for the red. Full eclipse for the blue. 7 seconds left. And not landed. Not landed. No points on that one there. In match 54, Chichester Mavericks and 26553 are together here. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! The bugle sounds and teams take off. The blue drone. Our blue drone is our 76553 team, and they're working on the towers here, trying to very gently top that ball off right there without knocking over the tower, and successful on 2 of them for 8 points each. And as that drone moves forward and backward, it tries to dip down and lose some elevation, but being very gentle. Yes, to 32 points right there. They move over, and the Iron Eagles from Chichester have already cleared out one of the sections where all of the chambers are. Very dangerous right now as they're flying so close together, trying to move those balls back and forth. As they move that last chamber, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chambers clear. And now they're going to go through the eclipse area and fly that path for eclipse. Keep in mind, audience, that the pilots can't see the green keyhole. They are flying just on the instruction of the visual observers. They did make it through, though. They're getting the rest of their eclipse. So red gets the eclipse, blue does not, as they will count the score and show the judges their scores.
And we're back on the Fairmont State Field, match number 55, set up and ready to play. We've got Prop Chop from Charlottesville, Virginia, and Air Bank 1 from East Bank, West Virginia. Drones are set up. Our head referee is going to do his final check-in with the pilots. All right, everybody's ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, lift off. Air Bank 1 heads to the back right corner and begins to score the pillars. Looks like we've had a drone disconnect here in the starting zone. Pilots are trying to troubleshoot that. Our head referees are going to take a closer look. In the meantime, Air Bank 1, they've cleared 3 pillars. Now there's 4. And they head back to the near side of the field, using all of this open airspace to begin clearing chambers. The central chamber gets cleared out first. Now they head towards the series of 3 chambers in a row on the red side of the field. They start at the back, clearing out the furthest chamber first, and working their way up, just 1 in the second chamber. Now that one nearly clear. There they go. 3 chambers cleared for Air Bank 1. With just over 30 seconds, here comes the chime. There we go. Now East Bank 1. Ooh, looks like they're going to swap pilots here. Presumably, this one has practiced the flight path for the eclipse portion of the match. He's made it through the first keyhole gate, lining up with the second, using hand signals from their visual observer. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Very adaptive flying there, changing their strategy to play solo, and we're on to A3L Federal Works Field. Thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flying towards the pillars in the red drone, it's Fluco Engineering 1 from Palmyra, Virginia. Looks like we had some sort of connection issue there from the blue drone. They've lost a prop. Not sure it'll be able to take back off, but all 4 pillars cleared from Fluco Engineering. Now they head to the near side of the field, working on the chambers. Just over a minute to go, plenty of time. They've cleared off the farthest chamber. Ooh, as soon as I say it, one rolls back in, but they clean it up. Now moving forward into chamber number 2. All the game pieces lined up in front of the opening. Just trying to find the right angle, the right momentum to make them all spray forward. The only one remains. There they have it, 35 seconds. Looks like they are going to take a few more ticks to clear out the nearest one, but now with the 30-second chime, they're heading towards the Eclipse path. They've cleared the first Keystone Gate. Trying to line up with the second with 15 seconds to go. Almost there. 10 seconds. They pivot back. Going for the landing bonus, I believe. 3 seconds. 2, 1. A buzzer beater there. And on to match number 57 on the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V facility field. We got 2 drones. Making sure they're connected, making sure that their lights are set to the correct color, and we've got thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. On the near side of the field, flying the red drone over those chambers, we've got Bill and the boys from West Grove, Pennsylvania. Their partners, Team Gold from Palmyra, Virginia. They've cleared off 3. Make it 4 pillars. All 4 pillars cleared in under 20 seconds. Now both drones focusing on those chambers. All 3 blue chambers emptied out. We'll see what Bill and the boys do next. Looks like they're going to move the roller using that prop wash. And then they're going to walk all of those game pieces down the wall. They have a nice bunch of them in front of the blue goal, and now they send them back into a scored position. While they do, Team Gold, they've cleared out 3 chambers on the red side, and a quick swoop from Bill and the boys empties out chamber number 7 in the center, although it looks like one of those balls may have rolled back through. In the meantime, Team Gold, they're hovering near midfield, waiting for that time so they can begin the Eclipse path. Both drones swiftly clearing both keyhole gates. That's the challenging part. Now they just take a lap around over and under the arch gates to complete their paths. With 12 seconds left, they're both going for bullseye landing here. Blue's got it. Red's close behind. Nearly 10 seconds left on the clock. That is going to be a big score.
Over on the Fairmont field, where we're getting ready to start qualification match 58, we have the Flying Spartacles B team teamed up with the Hornets. They're giving us a thumbs up, so we're going to take off in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like our blue drone is up in the air. Our red drone still on the ground. Blue drone making its way back to the pillars. They've got 1 knocked off, 2 knocked off. They've still got 2 left to go. Let's see if they can do it. They've got 1 more left, and they've managed to do it. That'll be 32 points for that alliance. They're making their way up to the front where they're going to start working on those chambers. Red's still working on trying to take off. Looks like they're having some issues. They're not going to be making it into the air. Blue is working on clearing off those chambers. They've got one, almost two chambers completely cleared. Working on that third and final blue chamber. Red still trying to get themselves up into the air, while blue manages to clear three of those chambers. Now working on that center chamber, clearing it as well. They're about 3 seconds away from hearing that, letting them know they can now start working on their eclipse if they choose. Blue making their way with a partial eclipse completed with 20 seconds left. Working with that visual observer, trying to make their way through that green keyhole gate with 10 seconds left on the clock. They're going to go ahead and work on landing onto that landing pad with 2 seconds left. Looks like they're giving the nod, saying it's okay, and they are landed. We're going to move over to the A3L Federal Works field for qualification match 59. We've got a thumbs up, so we're going to take off in 3, 2, 1, go. We've got Aerial Aces teamed up with Aerial Wolves Charlie here. Our red drone in the back working on trying to clear those balls off those pillars without knocking them over. Our blue drone in the front working on clearing those chambers. Looks like our red drone in the back just has one more ball to knock off of that pillar, and they've managed to do it, left all 4 pillars standing. They're going to make their way up to the front. They're going to help their alliance partner clear some of those chambers. Looks like our blue drone has at least 2 chambers cleared, working on that third one on their side. Our red drone trying to get that first chamber cleared on their half. They've managed to do it. They've got 45 seconds left on the clock. They still have plenty of time. Looks like we have at least 3 chambers, now 4 chambers cleared. They're getting ready to hear that buzzer to let them know they can start working on those eclipses. Red, they're going to go ahead and start working on that center chamber. Our blue drone with a partial eclipse. Our red drone also with a partial eclipse, just under 20 seconds. Oh, slamming into each other. They're going to have to be careful. Blue's going to have to make their way back into the field. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Red's going to go ahead, take the partial. Doesn't look like they quite made it on the mat in time. Moving on to Katherine Johnson Field, where we're going to start qualification match 60. We've got a thumbs up, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. We got LCHSX teamed up with Team Apogee. Our red drone in the back of the field trying to clear those pillars. They've got 1, 2. Both pillars still standing. They've just got 2 left. Our blue drone over into the front of the field, working on clearing those chambers. Looks like they've got at least 1 cleared. Red still working on that very last one, and they've just cleared it. All 4 pillars still standing. They're going to move to the front of the field and start helping their alliance partner work on clearing those chambers. Looks like our blue drone having a little bit of trouble with just one of those balls. They're going to get it blown out with 3 chambers cleared for them. They're going to move on into that center chamber, getting awful close to each other. They're going to have to stay away from each other. Looks like we've got 4, 5, almost 6 chambers cleared. They've got 1 ball that's being a little bit stubborn over there on that blue side. There's that 30-second buzzer letting them know they can go ahead and start their eclipses. Looks like both teams with partials. Blue making it through the green keyhole gate. They're going to go ahead and work over those arches. Red also through the green keyhole gate. They've got about 10 seconds left. So both of our teams with full eclipses. With 3 seconds left, they're working on landing on those landing pads. It looks like our blue alliance with a bullseye.
22 teams have completed and have scores in the skills. That means not even half of our total teams have made a skills attempt yet. Every team needs to make at least an attempt to make some improvement and get some skills runs in. Autonomous and flight skills. Match 61, Chichester Chi Flyers and PCCHS Red Barons. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go for match 61. Chichester Chi Flyers quickly to take the top off of 2 of the towers. 3. 4 for 4. 32 points right there as they move over to the chambers. They are joining the team from Hazard, Kentucky, as the Red Barons are already well into their chambers. They roll their cylinder, making an opening so that they can move those balls out across the front to that 1-point zone. Plenty of time left as they are strategically, skillfully, precisely moving those balls out of the chambers. 30 seconds remaining as they head to the eclipse. Both teams move through the first keyhole gate to get the partial eclipse. Red gets a total eclipse. Red coming in for the landing. Looking at the time left. And they try to get that lined up exactly right to make the most and use every second they can. A lot of decisions on how to use that time, what's the priority, when to abandon one thing if it doesn't work out, how are they going to do that, and score the most points possible. And match 62, we've got the Arsonist and Elite Pathers. Elite Pathers. And they are ready to go, and the judges are ready to go. And 3, 2, 1, go! We hear the bugle and the takeoff. Rolling their cylinder first, making a path. And nice job from DuPont Middle School. And now the blue drone goes to the center chamber and moves all those balls out there as the Arsonists move the balls across towards the bonus 1-point zone. Visual observers and pilots communicating back and forth across the field. At this time, the blackout zone is open, and they are permitted to go into the eclipse maneuvers. Red makes it for their total eclipse. Blue had a partial eclipse, and they're going to go in for their landings. Looks like we got one bullseye and no landing for the blue. On the NASA field, on the right-hand side of the gym, we've got the Flying Top Hats and Aerial Avengers together for match number 63. Pilots, are you ready? Visual observers, are you ready? Judges, you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! First 10 seconds, they've got two of the four towers cleared. 8 points each on those towers. All four towers cleared by the Aerial Avengers. They're now working on clearing all 7 of these chambers. 35 points total if they get that. Sitting at 25 right now. $30 seconds remaining. That gives them permission to move into the blackout zone, where they'll try to complete the 2 keyholes and the 2 arch gates. Red has completed a total eclipse. Blue then does their total eclipse also, with 1 landing and 1 upside down drone.
And we've got 2 drones on the Fairmont State Field. Match number 64. The Tech Titans in red, Firebolts in blue, both from Edison, New Jersey. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Firebolts head to the chambers. Almost got the first one cleared. The Tech Titans moving to the back right corner. They score the first pillar. Lining up on the second, while the Firebolts have cleared 2 chambers on the blue side of the field. 3 pillars down. And there goes the 4th from the Tech Titans. Now they're going to join the Firebolts on the near side. They're going to focus on the red chambers. So the Firebolts have nearly cleared out blue. They only have a few game pieces left, and there they go. Ooh, I looked away. Looks like we've got 1 drone up and down. Firebolts continuing to work on those chambers. They get the 4th. Now cleaning up after the Tech Titans. They get number 5. Make it 6 with just over 30 seconds. There's our chime. Get the call from the visual observer to head towards the eclipse path. They go through the first keyhole gate. Trying to line up with the second. Looks like under 10 seconds, they're shifting their strategy here. They're happy with the partial on the eclipse path. They're trying to land here as time expires. And we're back to the A3L Federal Works field, where Vikings B and Imperials are ready to play. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Vikings B from Woodbridge, Virginia heads to the back right corner and line up over the pillars. They get the first one quickly, and their partners Imperials on the near side. They clear out about half of that central chamber in the first swoop. Now they're lining up for their next approach. In the meantime, Vikings B, they've cleared off all 4 pillars and left them standing. Both drones now working on chambers. The center is cleared, and one of the chambers on the blue side all emptied out for now. 42 seconds. Pilots are debating their strategy here as we reach the 30-second mark. How much time are they going to focus on the chambers when they can go through the eclipse path? The blue drone goes through the first keyhole gate. Their partners join them. It looks like the red drone That's Imperials. They're happy with one partial. They go through the keyhole gate and then head to land. Under 10 seconds now. Looks like Vikings are going to join them. Blue and red drones have to end up on the proper landing pad, and it looks like they have well before time runs out. And we've got thumbs up on the NASA IVNV field. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. On the near side in red, the Flying Spartacles of East Longmeadow, Massachusetts begin to clear out the chambers. Their partners, Hermes from Morgantown, West Virginia, working on the pillars. They scored one, but then knocked it over as they left. They've got 3 more chances here, and the next one looks good. They had the second very quickly after that. Still more than a minute on the clock. All the pillars that can be scored are scored, and the Flying Spartacles, they've cleared 2 chambers on the blue side of the field. Now Hermes joins them. Very close to having 2 more chambers cleared. 42 seconds on the clock. Visual observers calling out their strategy to their pilots. The Flying Spartacles quickly through the first keyhole gate in the Eclipse path. Lining up on the second one, they make it through. Now they can head back to a portion of the field they can see to zip through and above and under the keyhole gates. It looks like they've done it. Hermes gets it through the second keyhole gate as well. Under 10 seconds. Looks like the Flying Spartacles are heading to get 1 more chamber. 3 seconds to go to complete Eclipse pads, and a nice landing there at the end up on the cube for blue. Stephanie, take it away.
Over here on the Fairmont field for qualification match 67, we have the Flying Spartacles C team and Aries. We're about 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so our next team has 5 minutes to get to the Fairmont field before we start. We've got both our drones on the field ready to go with thumbs up, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Again, for qualification match 67, we have the Flying Spartacles Team C teamed up with Team Aries. Our blue drone in the back working on those pillars, while our red drone up front is working on clearing those blue chambers. Looks like they've just got a couple more balls, and then they've got that first blue chamber cleared. Working on that second blue chamber, while in the back, our blue drone has 2 of the 4 pillars cleared, working on that third one, and they've managed to do it. It's got 1 more. Let's see if they can knock it off and keep it standing, and they've done it with all 4 pillars standing. That means they'll get 32 points. While up in the front, looks like we've got all 3 of the blue chambers cleared. Blue coming up to clear that center chamber, while our red drone working on the red side chambers. They're about 3 seconds away from hearing that buzzer to let them know they can go over and start working on those eclipses. Looks like our blue drone already with a partial, making it easily through that green keyhole gate. Having a little trouble with our arches. Looks like red with their partial. Blue with the total eclipse. Red having just a few issues getting through that green keyhole gate. They've got 8 seconds left. Blue going in for the landing with 3 seconds left. 2, 1. Red going ahead and landing. Both of our drones made it to the landing pad. Moving over to the A3L Federal Works field, where we're going to start qualification match 68, where we have Flight Club teamed up with River Valley Rads. We're getting a thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones in the air. Red going ahead and going for that center chamber to quickly clear it out, while blue working on those pillars, having a little bit of trouble with that first pillar, but they've managed to clear that ball without knocking it off. On to the second one. Pillar gives just a little bit of a teeter, but it still remains standing. They've just got one more ball to knock off that last pillar, and they've managed to do it with all 4 pillars remaining standing. They're going to move up to the front of the field and go help out their alliance partner, who's currently working on clearing out those red chambers. They've got 2 of the 3 red chambers cleared. The center one is completely cleared. Our blue drone now working on those blue chambers. Looks like they've got one more ball to clear, and they'll get that first chamber cleared, and they've managed to do it. We're now currently working on the second one. We've got 4 of the 7 chambers cleared. Our red drone making their way over, getting ready to start their eclipse. They've got 2 seconds, and there's that buzzer. They can go ahead and enter that field. They've got the partial. Their visual observer trying to help them direct their way through to that green keyhole gate. Blue still in front of the field, trying to finish off clearing those last few chambers. As we get to 10 seconds left, red's going to be happy with just the partial. So is blue. With 5 seconds left, they're going to go ahead and land on those landing pads. Looks like both of them have a bullseye. Moving on to the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 69, we have Hyper Drones and Aerial Wolves Alpha teamed up. Looks like we're ready to go with a quick battery change. We've got thumbs up. So we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone quickly taking off to the front of the field, where they're going to go ahead and start clearing those chambers. Our blue drone already knocking off one of those balls off the pillar. Moving on to the second. They've got half of them cleared, working on the second half. Let's see if they can get those cleared without knocking those pillars over. They've got one more ball left to clear. And they've done it with all 4 pillars still remaining standing. They're going to move to the front of the field and start helping their alliance partner by clearing out that center chamber. Our red drone clearing one of the blue chambers. Our red chambers still have all of their balls in them. Blue's going to make their way over to there and start clearing those as well. They've got 45 seconds. Okay, we need people to move away from the field. Teams, we are currently running a competition. We need you to move away from the field. Thank you. With 34 seconds left, blue with almost all 3 of those chambers cleared. They've got a few left, but they're going to go ahead and move their way over into the back zone to try to clear, make that eclipse. They've got a partial eclipse. Blue waiting patiently so they can make their partial eclipse as well. They've got 13 seconds left on the clock. Blue making their way through that yellow or that green keyhole gate, going for that total eclipse, and it looks like they may have done it. Looks like red landed on the landing pad. It'll be up to our head referee for those final scores.
Match number 70, Lincoln County High School, When Pigs Fly. When Pigs Fly, are you ready? Lincoln County High School, are you ready? Visual observers, are you ready? All right, all right. All we need is our judges in. These two teams have a big advantage. They've flown against each other and with each other all year this year. They can know what to do and stuff, and so they are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go for match 70. Lincoln County High School headed over for the towers, and they have successfully with 2 towers. When Pigs Flies looking at the chambers there. They've got one chamber completely empty in the middle. They've got one chamber on the audience's left side with the red balls input out. They're moving those. Lincoln County High School finishes up the last 2 towers there and moves on to the blue side with the blue chambers and the blue balls. Moving those back and forth out of those chambers. They've got about 10 seconds before they're even allowed to think about heading for that blackout zone. And the end game. And now the end game is in effect. They're allowed to move back there if they want to. They've left 5, 10, 15 points out there in the chambers as they're heading through the eclipse pattern. They've flown up some to have a look at where they're at, come over top of the blackout curtain, and headed for the landing pads. It looks like there's 2 landing zones, no bullseye. Match 71 on the A3L Federal Works field in the middle of the gym. We have Mockingjays and Riverside Rad A. Mockingjays are the red. And they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go in match 71. Mockingjays is the Red Alliance, and they head over towards the towers here to move the large balls off the top of the towers without knocking those balls over. 8 points each for those. And it looks like Riverside is on the ground. I don't know if the battery has come dislodged and disconnected, but I don't see any light on that drone. It looks like there's no connection, and those balls are not going to be able to go over top of that drone, so they're going to have to work on the red side instead. It leaves Mockingjays at a big disadvantage without a partner. They'll have to carry on as they can, best they can by themselves, and move as many balls, score as many things as they can to just one team. Three chambers cleared. As they head into the blackout zone, making a very easy partial eclipse. And they have now completed their eclipse for 25 points. Now they'll look for a 15-point landing on the bullseye. And it looks like they've got it. What a matchup here. It's the Drone Boys and Country Roads Take Me Home. These teams have a big advantage because they've fought together and against each other all year this year. They've got some strategy, and their virtual observers are ready. Their drivers are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Match 72. Drone Boys heads over to the chambers and rolls both of the rollers back. In 12 seconds, Country Drones gets all 4 of the towers taken care of. Now they're going to work on the chambers. The higher they fly, the safer they are. The lower they fly, the faster those balls move out. With 45 seconds left, they've got 4, 5 chambers.
Where's the beak?
That means the blackout is open and available for the end game. Drone Boys up, over, around, and through have completed their full eclipse. And both of them land. 2 full eclipses.
We're back down on the Fairmont State Field, match number 73, featuring IRHS Drone Team 3. They're flying in blue, their partners River Valley Rads in red. We've got a thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. River Valley Rads swiftly heading towards the red side chambers. Almost have it cleared out, while IRHS circling around those pillars, being very careful not to knock them over. There's the first ball down. Now 2, 3, and 4. They found the perfect altitude and they stuck to it. Now with a minute remaining, both drones free to work on those chambers. River Valley Rads have cleared out 2 on the red side, nearly have the third. Now IRHS begins working on the blue side. 45 seconds, we're halfway through. 4 chambers cleared for now. Nearly 5, very close to getting them all. River Valley Rads move the roller on the red side of the field. It does slide back into its blocking position though as we enter the final 30 seconds of the match. Quickly through the first keyhole gate, lining up on the second. There they go, that red drone finishes that loop. They've done the complete eclipse. IRHS trying to line up with this second keyhole gate, under 10 seconds. 5 seconds, the Rads clear out the final chamber. 3, 2, 1, and they land. Back to the A3L Federal Works field. The Flying Spartacles B and the Flying Ninja Nuggets from Massachusetts and New Hampshire, respectively, and New England Alliance. Thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The Ninja Nuggets quickly scoring the first pillar and the second, while the Flying Spartacles begin to empty out the blue chambers. The first one is empty And they've got good momentum going into the second. In the meantime, the Ninja Nuggets, they've scored all 4 pillars. Now they're working on chambers as well with a minute remaining. 2 chambers clear, and the rest of them look to be following soon. All 3 blue chambers cleared out, only 1 red remaining. Make it 2. 45 seconds. Again, everything is scored based on the end state of the field. So if the ball's rolled back in, it's not cleared. 35 seconds. 7 chambers cleared. 4 pillars untopped. Both drones now working through their eclipse path. They've both made it through the first keyhole gate. 15 seconds. Looks like the Ninja Nuggets are going to take the partial eclipse path and go to land. 5 seconds remaining. Flying Spartacles come to join them. 3, 2, 1. And next up, match number 75 on the Katherine Johnson NASA IV&V facility field. We are running about 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so neither of our drones are here yet. It looks like they're making our way, but we're not in any rush because everybody has been prompt throughout the day. We've got plenty of time. John's going to take a nap behind the blackout curtain, and we've got a couple of minutes for our pilots to come to the field and get set up. All right, we've got 2 drones. They're all lit up. I think our pilots are ready. All right, thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Number 5 from Manalapan, New Jersey, flying the red drone in this match, is hovering over the pillars, trying to line up with their first one. While 76553 from Prince Frederick, Maryland, cleans out the first blue chamber, lining up for the second. Only a few balls remain in that area of the field, and they've cleared it out. Now both drones working on those chambers. All 4 pillars scored properly with a minute remaining on the clock. 76553. They've almost got that third chamber cleared out. They're just trying to push that whole mass of game pieces. Only 1 remains. Some smooth flying there. 40 seconds left. 3 chambers clear. 5 chambers clear. And more than 30 seconds remaining. We might get all 7 here. 76553 moves over to the eclipse path. They make it through the first keyhole gate. Almost on the second, their visual observer signaling them to come back, and now number 5 joins them. Both drones have made it through the first gate, and now 76553 makes it through the second. They're going to come back over and under those arch gates. 5 seconds left, trying to complete that eclipse. 2 seconds. That's the end of match number 75.
Over on the Fairmont State Field, we've got both our teams ready to go for qualification match 76, where we've got the Winged Warriors teamed up with Fluco Engineering 1. Thumbs up from both our teams. So we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone going ahead and moving those rollers out of the way, while our blue drone is in the back, removing some of those balls from up top of those pillars. Looks like we've got 1 and 2 removed. They've got half of them done. Let's see if they can get rid of the other 2 without knocking those pillars over. They're down to the last one, and all 4 pillars are still standing. They're going to move up to the front to help out their alliance, where the red drone has 2 of those 3 chambers cleared for the red side. Blue working on that first chamber on that blue side. Looks like they've got 1 cleared. They're just now getting to 45 seconds. Red almost clearing that final red chamber. They've got, looks like, 2 more balls before they'll get it through. Blue also with 2 chambers completely cleared on the blue side. Red now moving on to that chamber. Just now hearing that buzzer to let them know they can go ahead and start their eclipses if they choose. Blue moving over with a partial eclipse. Red still working on those chambers, now coming over for their partial eclipse as well. They've got 15 seconds. Both drones making it through those green keyhole gates. Now going under and over those arch. Both completing total eclipses with 4 seconds left. Blue going to the landing pad, red going to the cube. Over on the A3L Federal Works field for qualification match 77, we have Team Gold and Aerial Wolves Foxtrot. They're ready to go, so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone making their way to the front of the field, quickly working on clearing out that first chamber. Red coming in a little bit high over those pillars. They've lowered themselves down, clearing that first ball off that pillar remaining standing. Blue accidentally hitting the side of the PVC pipe and flipping themselves upside down, clearing just 1 chamber. Red still with half of those pillars to clear. Looks like they've got 2 still standing, 1 knocked over. They won't get the points for that 1 knocked over. Let's see if they can clear the last one without knocking it over. And they've managed to do it, so they'll at least get the points for 3 of the 4. They're now with 45 seconds left on the clock, moving to the front of the field to clear some of those chambers. Working on that center one first. They've now got 35 seconds. They're now moved on to the blue chambers, clearing 2 of them, working on that third one, hearing that buzzer to let them know they can go ahead and start those eclipses if they choose. Still trying to clear that final blue chamber, having just a little bit of trouble with that ball, and they've managed to get it cleared. Moving on to go work on their eclipse, they've got a partial. They're going to go ahead and stick with that partial and go ahead and land on their landing pad, trying to maneuver over the bullseye with 4 seconds left. 2 seconds, looks like they've managed to do it. Over on the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 78, we've got Team Pluto and the Flying Pigs over here teamed up waiting. Okay, we've got thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue team up quickly in the air, making their way to the back of the field where they're going to start working on those pillars. Our red team over onto the front of the field. They're working on those chambers. Looks like they're going to start with the red chambers first. Blue already with 1 pillar free of its ball, tipping the side of that third one. They'll at least get points for those three. That fourth one they won't get points for. Making their way up to the front of the field. They're still just now under a minute. They're going to start working on those chambers. Looks like one of our drones, our blue drone, may be down. Let's see if they can get themselves back up, and they do. They're now back to working on those blue chambers with 45 seconds left on the clock. Looks like red still with one more chamber left to clear. They're going to go ahead and work on that center one as they get to 35 seconds. Blue laying in wait so they can start their eclipse. Red making their way over as well. Both blue and red getting a partial at the same time. Red upside down back behind the blackout screen. Blue going to stick with that partial. Looks like they may go ahead and land on that blue cube with 10 seconds left. Trying to line up. Having just a little bit of trouble with 5 seconds left. Looks like they're stuck inside the cube.
And here we are, match 79, Sky Strikers and Piggy Pilot Society. Teams are ready, judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go for match 79. Sky Strikers heading over towards the towers here, and Piggy Pilot Society headed for the chambers. Sky Strikers quickly getting through all 4 of those towers, getting the balls off the top of them. They head over toward the chambers to help out and get the combined score for each of those chambers being cleared. 5 points each on those. Very smoothly moving back and forth to operate and get all those balls out of the chambers. They do slide a handful of balls over, and 1, 2, 3 balls into the 1 point bonus. They've left the bonus balls or the balls in the middle chamber there where they're at. They've headed towards the an almost hit me with that one. And the Eclipse maneuvers in. Now they clear that center chamber. No, they don't get it cleared, but they do get some landing. On the A3L Federal Works field in the middle of the gym, we now have Aerial Arson and North Marion Aerial Drone Team M. Teams, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Aerial Arson working on the towers there. Looks like the drone's dipping down a little bit, losing altitude as they're flying there. They're trying to keep that up so they're not hitting those green towers. Nicely done. 32 points there for Aerial Arson and their team partners, North Marion Aerial Drone Team M. This alliance will work together to get the highest score possible, thus bringing their average up and putting them in great position for the alliance selection tomorrow. There are academic parts of this competition. There are skill parts of this competition. There are teamwork parts of this competition, communication parts of this competition, and social parts of this competition. All kinds of things these teams have to be able to manage and do to perform well. Down to 20 seconds left. And And it looks like at this time they're going to go into the blackout zone. And they're going to try to go through both the keyholes. They have all 7 chambers cleared for 35 points. And that's a match. On the right-hand side of the gym, we have Chichester Iron Eagles and the Bandits. Riverside and Chichester. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Quick takeoffs there. Chichester moves the roller out of the way first to make an open path across there for those 1-point scored balls. Riverside works on the towers. Nice and efficiently does that, safely staying away from those bases of the towers, getting full 8 points for each of those. Chichester cleared the first of the chambers. 5 points on that one. Riverside has 2 of theirs empty. Oh, and 1 back into the third spot. They'll have to scoot around and get that one back out. Does that. 2 chambers on the blue are empty, cleared out. Riverside has all 3 over there done. Chichester has all 3 over there done. 6 chambers cleared out. Chichester's going to go ahead and take the center zone right there and clear that chamber out of the middle. 19 seconds left. Riverside has their eclipse done. And it looks like they have a bullseye. Tough break there.
We are getting set up for match number 82 on the Fairmont State Field. We are still running a few minutes ahead of schedule. Thank you, teams, for keeping an eye on that timer. We have 170 matches to play today, so we need your help to stay on schedule. While we wait for both of our drones to appear for our next match, let's take a look at those skills rankings. High score right now, 420 by Prop Chop. And I have just been told that is the world record for piloting skills here at the Northeast Championship. All right, now we cut back to the Fairmont State Field. Both of our drones are here. Pilots are finalizing their setup. Match number 82 featuring Fluco Engineering 2 and Bill and the Boys. All right, we've got thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Bill and the Boys head straight to the chambers, quickly clearing out one blue. In the meantime, Fluco Engineering, they've scored 2 pillars, 3. All 4 pillars done in under 15 seconds. It's the fastest that I've seen it happen today. And 3 chambers clear for Bill and the Boys. Now they move that roller up and out of the way so they can take some of those game pieces and push them over to the blue goal. Just under a minute on the clock. Fluco Engineering doing work on the red chambers. None of them are empty yet, but they're all quite close. By clearing out some of those balls in advance, it gives more room for the chambers further back to get emptied. Now both drones clear the central chamber. 32 seconds. And that chime means that teams can start heading towards the eclipse path. Bill and the Boys quickly through the first one. Some direction from their visual observer gets them lined up with the second. And they slide through both keyhole gates. 10 seconds left. They're up and under and over. 5 seconds now. Fluco Engineering almost clearing that last chamber. Both drones touching down on a landing pad. We're on to A3L Federal Works Field. There are 2 drones waiting for us. Pilots tell the head referee we're ready to go. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. In blue, Galaxy drones from Edison, New Jersey quickly head over to those pillars. They clear off the first and the second and the third. There they go, all 4 pillars scored. Now they head to the near side to begin working on those chambers. Chichester Mavericks take off. Over a minute left on the clock. Both drones on the near side now. 1 chamber cleared. 2 chambers cleared. And some good momentum on both drones here. 45 seconds. We're halfway through the match. As they moved over to those chambers, Galaxy drones preemptively moved a roller out of the way on the near side. The Chichester Mavericks clear out the central chamber. I think all 7 of them are clear as both drones head to the eclipse path. Both go through the first keyhole gate quickly. The Mavericks get the rest of the path. Just over 10 seconds. And the second keyhole gate gets cleared by Galaxy drones. Now they head through the rest of the course here. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. And we make our way down to the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V facility field. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Air Bank 1 in red heads to the back corner and begins to clear the pillars, while Indecisive from Selbyville, Delaware, hovering over the blue chambers. One pillar scored. And there's the second, while Indecisive gets the first chamber cleared out. All 4 pillars scored by Airbank 1. Now they're going to join Indecisive on the near side. 2 chambers cleared out on the blue side, and the red looks to be following quickly after 45 seconds. 3 chambers cleared out. Indecisive nearly has the center chamber. It looks like they've done it. Just over 30 seconds. There's the chime. So Airbank 1 now heads over to the Eclipse path. They make it through the first keyhole gate quickly. Indecisive continues to clear out chambers. Only 1 left with a dozen seconds to go. There's the second gate for Airbank 1. Now they head over and under the arches. 5 seconds. Trying for a quick landing here. They're going for the cube. 3 seconds. They've made it as right before time expires.
Over on the Fairmont field for qualification match 85, we have the Hornets and Drone Masters teamed up. Both are on the field, ready to go. Both our teams have given thumbs up, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones in the air. Our blue drone knocking into that green guide wire. They still manage to stay in the air and knock one of those balls off of that pillar and keep that pillar standing. Our red drone up in the front of the field working on clearing those chambers over on the red side. Looks like we've got one red chamber cleared. They've got one more ball before they get the second chamber cleared. While in the back, the blue drone has just one more ball left to knock off of that pillar. And they've managed to do it and keep all 4 pillars standing to get their team 32 points. They're going to move to the front of the field and start helping their alliance partner with clearing some of those chambers. They're going to go for that center chamber first with still plenty of time left on the clock as they just now reach 45 seconds. Our red drone has cleared all 3 chambers over on the red side. The center chamber is also cleared. Blue is all that is left. They're a couple seconds out from that buzzer time for 30 seconds to let them know that they can start that eclipse. There it is. Looks like our blue drone making their way to the back of the field. They've made their way over the blackout screen and through the yellow keyhole gate. Red has done the same, both of them receiving a partial eclipse. Both now trying to get through that green keyhole gate so they can make their way back over the blackout screen. Blue is through. They are now making their way with 5 seconds left under those arches, and they managed to do it before the buzzer to get that total eclipse. Moving over to A3L Federal Works Field.
Hello, folks. Just a quick reminder. Oh, perfect timing. The running track is not open for spectators. Please do not enter the running track up on the 2nd and a half floor. That's that alarm that we keep hearing. Please don't enter the running track. It will be open for spectators for the finals tomorrow only, but until that point, that alarm will go off every time somebody opens the door. Thank you.
Okay, on the field for qualification 86, they're ready to go. We're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. For our alliance teams, we've got Prop Chop teamed up with Just Keep Flying. Our blue drone already clearing 2 of those pillars. They've got just 2 more left. The third one's over. Let's see if they can knock off that 4th one and keep it standing, and they did. While in the front, our red drone already has 2 chambers cleared. Blue is going to start working on those red chambers. Looks like they've got almost that first one cleared. While red has cleared all 3 of the blue chambers, they're now working on that center chamber, just clearing it. They're going to go over and help their teammate and start clearing those red chambers, getting very close to flying to each other. Red decides to go ahead and wait over by the eclipse zone so they can start their eclipse. They still got a few seconds while blue is still trying to clear that final red chamber. They've still got time to do it. They're just now at 35 seconds, just a few more balls to push through, and they've done it, clearing all 7 chambers just as they hear that buzzer. Red with the partial. Blue trying to make their way. Blue has the partial. Now they just need to make their way through the keyhole gates and over those arches. Working with their visual observers to try to get them through those keyhole gates with 10 seconds left. Looks like blue's made it through. They're going to finish that eclipse and get that total eclipse. Red's going to be happy with the partial. And we got both drones landed, 1 on a cube, 1 on the landing pad. Moving over to the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 87, we have Queen Team and the Delta Flyers teamed up. We've got a thumbs up, so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Both drones up in the air very quickly. Blue making their way over to the blue side chambers. Looks like they've got 1 more, and they just did it to clear that first chamber. Trying to clear the second chamber of the blue, while red in the back manages to knock 1 of those balls off the pillar, just knocking off the second. Both pillars still standing, so they'll get the points for those. They've got all 4 knocked off now, so they can make their way up to the front to help start clearing some of those chambers. Blue has all 3 of the blue side chambers cleared, now working on that center, trying to get those balls out of that center chamber, while red working on the red side chambers. They are at 45 seconds left to fly. Looks like we've got at least 1 of those red side chambers cleared, having a little bit of trouble with 1 last ball. Center chamber is finally cleared. Red's making their way with a partial eclipse. Looks like blue's down on the ground. Let's see if they'll manage to get themselves back up. Red stuck underneath that green keyhole gate. Looks like they're way out of the field. They're going to have to get themselves back in. Blue back up into the air. They've got 10 seconds left. Looks like they're going in for a partial with 5 seconds left. Both are going to stick with the partial. Blue's landing on the cube. Red landing on the landing pad.
Hey, 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 it's match 88. The Imperials from Shelbyville, Delaware, and Country Drones Take Me Home from Wellsburg, West Virginia. These 2 teams are going to alliance up here to put up some big numbers and scores in the rankings. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! The blue drone on the ground still. Now they're taking off. Country Drones Take Me Home. Gentle touch. And all 4 balls off the towers. Took about 16 seconds to do that. Everett's moving through and getting all the balls out of the chambers. Andrew's on his side doing the same. They're going to move the roller here to do the thing. Nice big handful of balls moving across there towards the 1-point area. Looks like 2 of those scored. Now they're moving to the blackout zone. Going to work on partial eclipse Going to work on a full eclipse. 12 seconds left. And both drones try to adjust and get inside the bullseye. The Red Alliance makes it there. Blue Alliance going to be satisfied with the 5 points on the outside. A3L Federal Works, sponsor for aerial drone competition. Teams are ready, judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go for match 89. Apogee and Tech Titans together for this match. Tech Titans from Edison, New Jersey, and Apogee from Charleston, West Virginia. Tech Titans does a great job cleaning off all 4 of those towers and getting the balls there. They did brush that little tripwire. That tripwire was a huge problem in last year's game. This year's game, we haven't had too many issues with it. But every year the game changes. Every year the field objects stay the same but in different order and makes a new game for these competitors. And it's an exciting way to challenge their skills further. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 out of 35 for those chambers. 30 out of 35. With 33 seconds left, they have a perfect score on this run so far. One team through the partial, both teams through the partial. And there's a landing for the blue team. Red team's going to come in and put it in the bullseye. And now on field 3 in the NASA Kathleen Johnson IV&V facility field. 2 teams on the field ready to go. Make sure you find some time today to thank the field resetters. They've done a great job. Let's clap for them. Let's get big rounds of applause for the field resetters. They have reset the fields all day long, working hard doing that. They have been doing a great job. I've not seen a single field set up wrong yet. You know who else we couldn't do this without? We could not do this without all those parents. Can we give a round of applause for the parents here today? Yeah, thank you, parents, for supporting your teens and being here for them. Thank you to all the teachers, coaches, sponsors. How about the volunteers? Big thank you to all the volunteers today. And all the voluntold,s those who were told to come be here. All right, our judges are ready now. Our teams are ready now. Match 90 in 3, 2, 1, go! Both teams quick to take off. The Blue Alliance member is Hyperdrones, and they head straight over to the blue chambers and clearing those out, while River Valley Rads comes in and 1, 2, 3, 4 knocks down all balls off the top of the towers for 32 points. Now they move over to the center chamber, getting all those balls out there in the aisleway. Precision flying back and forth to use the downdraft of the drones to roll the balls from chamber to chamber. It moves them from 6 to 12 to 18 balls. 18 balls in the third chamber. They've got that cleared out. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 points for the chambers right now. As the chime rings, it lets them know that the blackout zone is open. They're able to go back there and start scoring with the Eclipse roots. Both teams having a hard time with the keyhole right now. The green keyhole, keep in mind, it is not visible from where the pilot stands. The visual observers can see that, but there is no way that they can see that. Land it! Woo!
And we've got two drones on the Fairmont State Field, match number 91, the Flying Top Hats and Firebolts. All right, we've got thumbs up. And let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The Firebolts heading straight to the chambers on the near side of the field. The Flying Top Hats getting lined up over the pillars in the back right. One pillar scored, some very careful flying there. And one chamber emptied on the near side. Just over a minute remaining. Plenty of time in this one. Three chambers cleared on the near side. Make it 4. Firebolts just being very methodical here. Now working their way up through the blue chambers. Flying Top Hats, they're going to back away. They're going to let the Firebolts cook. Flying Top Hats getting lined up to go through the keyhole gates of their Eclipse path. They make it quickly through the first and the second. Now they're going to go over, under, over the arch gates. 20 seconds remaining. All 7 chambers clear. 1 complete Eclipse, 1 partial for now, but they're going to keep on going. Plenty of time here. 12 seconds on the clock. 1 drone landed on the red landing pad. 5 seconds now. Looks like the Firebolts happy with the partial. 3 seconds trying to land. Time's going to expire just before they drop down. Next up on A3L Federal Works Field, we've got Team Gold and Lincoln County High School. They're ready to go. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Team Gold quickly heads over to the pillars, hovering over the first one. While they do, Lincoln County High School begins to empty out the chambers. They start on the near side for red. Again, clearing out those game pieces early makes it easier for the later ones. Ooh, and 1 pillar takes a tumble there in the back right. 1 was scored, though. 1 minute remaining. 2 pillars scored. There goes the third. Now both drones working on those chambers. We've got 1 clear on the red side. Team Gold working on the blue side. They've scored 1 very quickly. The second with a nice follow-up. Now both drones with a nice path, some good momentum. 3, 4, 5 chambers completely cleared. The other 2 very close as we hear that 30-second chime. 6 chambers cleared. Lincoln County High School, they get through the first keyhole gate. Team Gold follows quickly behind. Lincoln County completing their Eclipse path. But their partners, Team Gold, looks like they bounced off that keyhole gate. They are able to get back up. 5 seconds left. Think they're going to go try to land here. 2 seconds. 1. And that's a close finish. So we make our way down to the Katherine Johnson IV&V Facility Field with the Chichester Chi Flyers and number 5. Thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Number 5 heading over to the pillars with their blue lights on. They quickly score the first one. Chichester Chi Flyers cleared out one chamber. There's their second. And now number 5 is coming to join them as they've scored all 4 pillars. 2 chambers empty. And the third following close behind on the blue side, while the Chi Flyers are on the red end. I think they've gotten one emptied out. And while they do, number 5 is emptying out the center chamber. 48 seconds. Five chambers cleared, now 6. Chi Flyers lining up, waiting for that chime. While they do, number 5, just a couple of balls left in those chambers. They take those extra seconds to clear them out. In the meantime, both drones have made it through the first keyhole gate, trying to line up with the second. Number 5 gets through. Chi Flyers now following the arch gates as well. Under 5 seconds now. Both drones trying to land on the cubes. 2 seconds. A very close one. One of those drones was definitely down. The second might have been.
Over on the Fairmont State University field, we're getting ready to start qualification match 94, where we have the Flying Pigs teamed up with Flight Club. We've got thumbs up from both teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones quickly getting into the air. Our blue drone, they're going to go ahead and start on that center chamber, clearing it very quickly. Our red drone trying to get lined up in the back so they can go ahead and knock some of those balls off of those pillars. Our blue drone in the front looks like they've already got one of those chambers cleared over on the red side. They've got one more ball left to get out, and they've just done it to clear a second chamber over into the red. Here in the back, looks like one of our pillars, nope, 2 of our pillars are knocked over, and now our drone is upside down. So we're going to be flying with just one drone for the rest of the match with still 55 seconds left to go. They've got all 3 red chambers cleared. They're now over onto the blue chambers. Let's see how they do, because they are completely by themselves now. They just got that second blue chamber cleared. They are on to the last blue chamber. They're now at 33 seconds left. They're going to go ahead and forget that chamber for now and see if they can go ahead and work on that eclipse. They've already got the partial, trying to make their way through that green keyhole gate, and they've managed to do it. They're going to go under the red arch, over the blue, and they now have a total eclipse. Making their way back over to that blue chamber to finish clearing it out. They still got 10 seconds left on the clock. Accidentally blowing some of those balls back into those chambers with 5 seconds left. They're going to need to get rid of them, but they're going to go ahead and land on that cube for 10 points on the cube. Moving over onto the A3L Federal Works field, where we're going to start qualification match 95. We've got Fluco Engineering 1 and Team Pluto. They've given a thumbs up. We're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both drones up in the air. Blue working on those blue side chambers. Red trying to get lined up with the pillar. Knocking over one of those pillars, or balls off that pillar, keeping both those pillars standing. They've got one more left. Let's see if they can knock it off and leave all 4 standing. And they've done it. That'll give them 32 points for their alliance. They're going to move over to the front of the field and start working on those chambers. Blue currently has all 3 blue chambers cleared. Red's going to go ahead and start working on that red side. Blue clearing out that center chamber. They've got one more ball left. They easily clear it out. They've still got 45 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time. Blue's going to go ahead and move that roller back out of the way. See if they can push some of those balls over into that blue goal. Get a few extra points for their alliance. 30 seconds now. They accidentally blew some of those balls into that previously cleared center chamber. They're going to go back and blow those right back out. Looks like our red drone has at least a partial. They're through the green keyhole gate, accidentally hitting the blackout screen and ending up over outside the field. They've got 10 seconds left. Blue has the partial. They're through the green keyhole gate. They've just got the arches left to do with 3 seconds left. That gives them a total eclipse. Not quite landing on that cube in time. On to the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 96. We have Arsonists and Aerial Avengers teamed up. We've got thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone immediately up into the air. They're going to focus on getting that roller out of the way first. Our blue drone's in the back, working on trying to knock those balls off of those pillars and keep those pillars standing. They've got 1 off, 2 off, moving on to the third. Looks like they've just got 1 more left to go, and they've done it with all 4 pillars still standing. Moving on to the front of the field where they're going to start working on some of those chambers. While our red drone looks like they've moved some of those, all 4, cleared all 3 of those blue balls, knocking some of those back into those chambers. They're clearing them back out quickly. Red still working on the red chambers. Looks like our red drone pushing some of those balls into that blue goal, getting a couple extra points. They'll get 1 point for every single one of those balls that are in that blue goal right there. Our blue drone looks like they're clearing out that center goal. They've just got 1 more red chamber left to go. Blue's going to go ahead, or red's going to go ahead and make their way over to the blackout zone where they got a partial eclipse. Our blue drone doing the same, both of them with a partial. Both have to go through that green keyhole gate before they can start making their way through those arches. They've got 10 seconds left. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and go over and land on the landing pad. Blue's going to do the same. And there's the end of the match.
Ladies and gentlemen, match 97, Sky Strikers and Aries. Sky Strikers and Aries are both on the field. Both say they're ready to go. Judges are ready to go. In 3, 2, 1, go! Sky Strikers from Edison, New Jersey head over towards the towers to gently remove those balls from the top of the towers for 8, 16, 24, 32. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Aries has cleared 1, 2, 3 chambers. 4th chambers for Aries with 56 seconds left to go. Confidently he says, I've got that. You get ready for the eclipse. Plenty of time as he lines up. He's not able to go into that blackout area for the end game yet. They have all 7 chambers cleared for 35 points. It's a perfect match so far. Visual observers remaining calm, giving good directions, trying to get them to go through both keyholes, under the red archgate and over the blue archgate. Two total eclipses. It's a perfect match so far. Oh. The red drone gets into the bullseye. Blue is still in the air when time expired. Still a great score for those two teams. A3L Federal Works Field. Looks like we're powering up our controllers here. We have Indecisive and Bill and the Boys. Bill and the Boys at the top of our rankings right now. talk strategy. They've got their drone set up. Visual observers, are you ready? Co-pilots ready? Pilots ready? Judges ready? 3, 2, 1, go for match 98. Indecisive heading over towards the center. Red. They're going to go for the red, looks like. And the red right there. Bill and the boys takes 23 seconds on the pillars and the balls over here. Then they head over to the chambers. Full 32 points on those pillars. Indecisive has 1, 2, 3 chambers clear. They're working on the center chamber. These two teams, alliance together, have a perfect score also. They've got 4 balls back into that chamber, but they're working on that roller and trying to get that roller out of there. Looks like there's some balls behind the roller. Still room to move those balls over there. And they're going to head for the end game. Blue has their total eclipse. And a bullseye landing and a landing pad landing. And now, on field 3, the NASA Kathleen Johnson IV&V facility field, the far right-hand side of the arena, we have PCCHS Red Barons and the Hornets. Put these two teams together, we get the PCCHS Red Hornets. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Perry County's headed over towards the towers to work on the balls on top of the towers, removing those without knocking down the towers. The Hornets from Orange, Virginia are working on the red chambers. Both these teams moving pretty quick. Looks like the Perry County team has a little bit faster strategy. Maybe they're flying in speed level 3, but it gives a lot of power to that drone to move those balls quickly. A little harder to control. 35 seconds left in the match. We have 7 chambers cleared. One team, 2 teams through the partial. Limbo lower now. How low can you go? Neat to see how different teams have different ways of communicating the elevation and the direction they need to go. And those teams not making the eclipse or the landings.
And next up, match number 100. We're playing through 170 this afternoon. And then we'll be back tomorrow with, I don't know, 120 more. I've not actually looked on the map yet, but we've got a lot of drone action ahead of us on the field for match number 100. Aerial Wolves Charlie flying in red, and When Pigs Fly in blue. They're ready to go. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Aerial Wolves clearing out the blue chambers. When Pigs Fly hovering over their first pillar. There goes the first pillar down. Being very careful to control their altitude there. As they do, aerial wolves, they cleared out one chamber, almost got a second. They did hit the ground there for a second, but they're back in the air. And there goes pillar number 4. When Pigs Fly now heading to the front half of the field to join their partners. Looks like aerial wolves, that drone is down again. They did make some good progress on those chambers, so now When Pigs Fly can come in and add to the scoring. 2 chambers completely clear. The next one very close. 30 seconds. And now When Pigs Fly, shifting their focus to the far end of the field and lining up with those keyhole gates. Now they're over the blackout curtain. They get through the first one. 15 seconds. Drone goes down as well. Visual observer trying to give them some direction to get back in the air. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. On to A3L Federal Works Field. We've got another aerial wolves team almost ready to go. This is Alpha, their partners, the Chichester Mavericks. They're ready to go. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Mavericks heading to the chambers first. They're going to work on the red side. While they do, aerial wolves take a pass at the first pillar. The ball stays where it started, and they line up with the next one. Very close there. The pillar tipped quite a bit, but it stayed standing, and in the process, it helped the drone get back up into the air. 1 minute remaining. Mavericks have 2 chambers cleared on the red end, and they've almost got their third. 3 pillars scored, make it 4. Some very close calls keeping those pillars up. Now the Mavericks heading over to their 5th chamber. 35 seconds. While they do that, aerial wolves hovering overhead. They're going to go line up for their end game path. They make it through the first keyhole gate. Their partners join them. Both drones partially through. For now, and the Chichester Mavericks quickly go through the second. Looks like aerial wolves do the same. Plenty of time left on the clock. Mavericks heading back to those chambers. 4 are clear. They're trying to add a few more. 5 seconds left. Aerial wolves drop down on the blue cube. 2 seconds. 1. I believe they did get 5 chambers clear. Back to the NASA IV&V field. We've got the Drone Boys and the Flying Spartacles B. Looks like our pilots are ready to go. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Drone Boys leave the ground first, quickly heading over to the pillars. They score 1 as they swoop into the zone. Taking a little more time to line up for the next one. Teams have to be careful here not to knock the pillars over as they knock the balls off the top. And they get all 4 in 15 seconds. While they do, Flying Spartacles, they've cleared 1 chamber, and the next one is in good position to be emptied out. There they have it. Both drones now working on these chambers. 2 clear for now. Make it 4. They've got some nice momentum here, trying to get those last few game pieces out. 45 seconds. And there we go. All 3 blue chambers emptied out for now. Flying Spartacles are going to head to the central chamber now. While they do, Drone Boys, there they go. All 3 red are empty as well. Drone Boys going through the keyhole gates first. They make it through the first one. All 7 chambers empty. 20 seconds. Flying Spartacles lining up for their first keyhole gate as well. Both get partials. 10 seconds remaining. Spartacles, 5 seconds. Drone boys land on the bullseye, 2 seconds. Spartacles get onto the landing pad as well.
And we're back over onto the Fairmont State University field where we're going to start qualification match 103 with LCHSX and the Bandits. Thumbs up for both of our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones making their way up into the air very quickly. Our red drone already knocking off one of those balls onto these back pillars. They're going to go work on the other 3, having a little bit of trouble with that second one. That blue drone up in the front, already clearing one of those chambers, working on the second blue chamber. Red getting their groove. They're knocking off all 4 of those balls off of those pillars, leaving them standing, moving to the front to go start working on the red side chambers. Our blue drone looks like they've just cleared all 3 chambers over onto the blue side, moving that roller back. They're going to start pushing some of those over into that blue goal over there. Looks like we accidentally knocked a couple of those balls back into that blue chamber. They're quickly clearing them out. Our red drone almost clearing all 3 of those chambers over for the red side. Just a few more balls left to get them cleared, and they will have that one cleared. Both drones working onto that center chamber as they hear that buzzer to let them know they can go ahead and start working on that eclipse. Red already completing a partial blue cover. Both drones trying to get through that green keyhole. Blue making it, getting its total clip. Red working on it as well with 5 seconds left. Looks like they got their total eclipse as well. Looks like blue may have landed on the landing pad just in time as we move over to the A3L Federal Works field for qualification match 104, where we have Riverside Rad A teamed up with Airbank 1.
Just a reminder, teams, about the Dragonfly selfie contest. I believe the hashtags have been distributed to everybody's pits. So get a selfie with the drone, post that hashtag on, I believe, Instagram so that our friends at Dragonfly can see it. And the selfie they like the most, everybody will get t-shirts.
We've got thumbs up from both of our teams, so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones making it up quickly into the air. Our blue drone going ahead and clearing that first chamber. Looks like they got one blown back in. Our red drone dropping down to the ground, making their way back up into the air, while blue up into the front. Looks like they've almost cleared that second chamber completely. Red still back here in the back trying to get those balls knocked off of those pillars without knocking the pillars over themselves. Looks like they've got one. They've just got 3 more to go, while blue seems to have cleared 2 chambers, working on clearing that third one. Looks like they have that third one cleared, moving over to that center one, while their alliance partner clears all 4 of the pillars without knocking them over. They've made their way up to the front to start helping with those balls into the front. Let's see if they're going to move that roller. And they are. They're going to move that roller and see if they can push some of those balls into those goal areas. See if they can get a couple more points as they get ready to hear that 30-second chime. letting them know they can go ahead and start working on their eclipses. Looks like our red drone makes it through the partial. Our blue seems to be disconnected and floating in the air at the front of the field. And it goes ahead and it lands as we reach 10 seconds. Our red drone trying to make it through that green keyhole gate. They do it. They've got 5 seconds to complete. And they've done it for a total eclipse with 1 second left. Not quite enough time to land. Over on the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 105, we have North Marion Aerial Drone Team M teamed with the Winged Warriors. They're giving a thumbs up. They're ready to go. We're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both drones up in the air. Red in the front, trying to clear the chambers. Blue in the back, trying to clear those pillars. Blue lining up, knocking the first one off, keeping that pillar upright. The second one comes off. They've just got 2 more left to go. There goes the third and the fourth with all 4 pillars still standing. Making their way up to the front to start helping with those chambers. Red has all but 1 chamber completely cleared. The blue drone has the first red chamber cleared, working on that second. They're just now at 50 seconds. Working on clearing that second red chamber. Looks like we've got 6 of the 7 chambers cleared. Working on that final chamber. Both of them teaming up to do it. They've just heard that buzzer telling them they can go work on those eclipses if they choose. They're trying to get that last chamber cleared. Red's going to go ahead and work. They've got their partial. Blue, here comes blue, working on their partial. Working with those visual observers as they get to 6 seconds left on the clock. Looks like they're going to stick with those partials. Nope, blue's going to go for it. Gets the total at the last few seconds. And we're going to move over to Chris.
Woohoo! Match 106 coming up. Aerial Aces and River Valley Rads. Aerial Aces has the red drone nearest to the announcer, and River Valley Rads is flashing red, but they're trying to get their drone paired. Hopefully doesn't need an update or some kind of connection fix, but I'll take the battery back out, stick it back in, turn them both on. And they are paired. They're going to go red and blue. River Valley Rads in blue. Yep. A little test flight there. They've got their safety glasses on. They've got their visual observers ready. Judges are ready. And 3, 2, 1, go for match 106. Aerial Aces carefully removing ball number 1 from the tower. Ball 2 as they tip the tower, but not tip it over. Fine if you tip it all you want to. Just do not tip it over. You get 8 points each tower that you remove the ball without tipping it over like that one. 24 for them on that right there, the combined team score. And River Valley Rads working on the red balls out of the chambers. Aerial Aces going to work on the blue balls from the chambers. They're sitting at 5, 10, 15 points for the chambers. 20 points for chambers. 30 seconds left. That is the chime to let them know that the blackout area is open. They're allowed to go to the eclipses. Just one of the 7 chambers not emptied. They may go back and have some time right now to work on that. 6 seconds left in the match. One landing on the landing pad. 107 Hermes and Piggy Pilot Society teaming up now to put up a big score. Hermes is on the red drone and Piggy Pilot Society got the blue drone. They're ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Hermes working on the chambers. Bacon drones, Piggy Pilot Society working on the towers. And smoothly done. All 4 towers cleared off. Working independently right now on those tasks to clear chambers. All right. Now Hermes is going to work on that center chamber. Plenty of time left. It's a perfect match so far. Both drones through their partial eclipse. Visual observers lining them up to do their work on the eclipses. And 4 seconds to land them. And now in match 108, the Vikings B and Aerial Arson together. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! As they take off and start to work. The pillars are a challenge for the elevations and how high off the ground to go, because as you move your drone left, right, front, and back, it tends to drop in elevation some. So you've got to be able to do that without knocking over the towers. Great work there with the co-pilots, communicating to the pilots so I can see that. Now they moved up to the chambers, working on clearing balls from one chamber to the other. Earlier today, we saw some teams moving one chamber at a time across there. We see most teams start on this side and work their way that way, putting the 6 balls together with the 12 together with the 18, and then moving all 18 out of the last chamber together. The blue drone through the partial eclipse. Blue drone now across the middle of the field to the cube.
And we've got 2 drones set up on the Fairmont State Field for match 109. Teams are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flying the blue drone, the flying Ninja Nuggets. Quickly clear off 2 pillars, almost get the third. Their partners, the flying Spartacles. Ooh, all 4 pillars cleared there. Flying Spartacles have 1 chamber emptied out on the blue side of the field. Just over a minute remaining. Now the Ninja Nuggets join them. Flying Spartacles, 2 chambers clear, almost have the third. Only half a dozen or so. Oh, make that 1 ball remaining there. They've got it. 3 chambers clear on that side. Another on the red half. Plenty of time here. The Ninja Nuggets lined up early for their Eclipse path, but now they're going to go back and work on the chambers for a few seconds more. There's our chime. Flying Spartacles are through the first keyhole gate. Lining up on the second with direction from their visual observer. And they're through. Now they go up and down and over and around that last gate. All 7 chambers empty. 5 seconds left. 1 blue drone on the ground. Their partners join them. And that's time. Teams are ready for match number 110. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Queen team starts off moving the roller, obstructing the blue goal. Then they're going to start clearing out those blue chambers. Their partners, Fluco Engineering 2 in the back right corner. Lining up on the pillars. The first one gets scored. There's 2. Queen team lining up the balls in these chambers so that they can get them out quickly when they find the right angle, and they do. They score 2 in just a matter of seconds. Ooh, one of the drones, they tipped a pillar and in the process ended up upside down. They're a little bit stuck now, so Queen team clearing out those chambers solo. They've got 2 emptied out, only a couple of game pieces left in the third. Now they head over to the center, clear out the 4th. That chime means we're under 30 seconds, and the drones are able to fly through the Eclipse path. Queen team gets through the first keyhole gate, now lining back up on the second. 15 seconds on the clock, and there they've got it. Both keyhole gates are cleared. Now they have to go over and under and over again. These arches, 5 seconds going for the landing. 3, 2, 1. And we're back at the NASA IV&V field. Team setting up for match number 111. Aerial Wolves, Foxtrot in red, and Just Keep Flying in blue. Everybody's ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Aerial Wolves, Foxtrot, clearing out the blue chamber. The first one empty already. Just keep pillar. 2 pillars, 3 down. Just 1 more to go. A very fast clear of all the pillars there, under 20 seconds. Now both drones working on these chambers. There's 1 clear on the blue side. Good position on the red side. 3 chambers cleared in total. Some good momentum here from both drones. Trying to get the 5th and 6th chambers cleared respectively. 42 seconds left. And there's number 5. Just Keep Flying, just heads over to the middle of the field. and 7 chambers cleared. Both drones now heading towards the Eclipse path. Just Keep Flying gets through the first keyhole gate. Aerial Wolves coming through just after. 15 seconds left. Both drones trying to get through the second keyhole gate. One ends up upside down, flying through that blind spot on the field. Under 10 seconds now. Just Keep Flying. 3 seconds. 2, 1. That's the end of match number 111.
Back over on the Fairmont State Field where we're trying to start qualification match 112, where we'll have Elite Panthers with the Chichester Iron Eagles. We're about 12 minutes ahead, so they still have a few minutes to get to the field.
That's right. Thank you again, teams, for helping us stay on and ahead of schedule. We have 59 more matches to play today before we head to our barbecue and drone demonstration out towards the football fields. Quick correction there. Due to the weather, the barbecue was moved inside. My mistake.
for match 112 over here on the Fairmont State Field. We have Elite Panthers with the Chichester Iron Eagles. They've given us a thumbs up. They're ready to go. We're going to start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones are up in the air. Blue in the back, red in the front. Red's going to start working on clearing those chambers. Looks like we've got the first chamber cleared. Getting ready to work on that second chamber. Blue in the back, knocking off one of those balls off that pillar, keeping it standing. Getting the second one knocked off. Moved over to the third one. Having just a little bit of trouble with that third one and knocking it off, but keeping that pillar standing. They've got that last one, bumping into that pillar and knocking all 4 balls off and keeping those pillars standing. They're moving up to the front now to help their alliance partner out, clearing those chambers. Looks like our red drone has all 4 of those chambers cleared on that red side and the middle, while blue starts working on the 3 on their side. They've got about 10 seconds before they hear that buzzer to let them know they can start working on that eclipse. Blue having a little bit of trouble with some of those chambers. There's 2 still left in 1, but they've got at least 6 of the 7 chambers cleared. Red already over with their partial eclipse. Blue making a partial eclipse of their own. Both drones trying to get through that green keyhole gate with 10 seconds left. Red making it through. They've got about 5 seconds left. They're going to stick with that partial. Red's going to try to land on the cube. Blue on the landing pad. Red not quite making it on the cube. As we move over to the A3L Federal Works Field for qualification match 113, where we have Team 76553 teamed up with IRHS Drone Team 3. We've got a thumbs up. Both of our teams are ready to fly. In 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone working on the front chambers, while our red drone is in the back working on knocking those balls off of its pillars. Being careful to keep those pillars upright. We've got 1 off, working on the second, nudging that pillar just slightly. They've left those 2 pillars standing, easily getting the third one knocked off while they work on that 4th one. And there it goes. With all 4 pillars standing, they'll get 32 points for that. Moving to the front to go help their alliance partner out. They're going to start with that center chamber, while the blue drone has 2 of the 3 blue chambers cleared. Red's now working on the red chambers. Looks like they got the first red chamber cleared. Now working on that second. They've got 10 seconds before they hear that buzzer, letting them know they can work on that eclipse. Our blue drone making its way over to the blackout screen. Going ahead through the yellow keyhole gate for a partial eclipse. Red as well, going way out of the field. Blue's going to be happy with that partial. They're going to go ahead and try to land on the blue cube. Red coming back into the field with 10 seconds left. Looks like they're going to try to land on their landing pad, but they need to be on the correct color landing pad, not the blue. With 2 seconds left, they're on the field instead of the landing pad. On the Katherine Johnson Field for qualification match 114, we have the Flying Spartacles C team teamed up with Prop Chop. They're ready to go, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both drones quickly taking off. Our blue drone working on those chambers in the front of the field. Red slamming down into the back, but they're back up in the air working on those pillars, knocking off that first and that second ball off, keeping those pillars upright, working on the third, while our blue drone in the front has 2 of the 3 chambers cleared for the blue. Red finishing off those pillars, keeping them all standing, so they'll get full points for those. Blue now working on that center chamber. We've got 5 of the 7 chambers cleared. Red's got 2 more chambers left to clear over on its side. They still have plenty of time. Looks like blue making sure that all those balls are completely cleared out of that chamber. They're now going to push some of those over into those goal areas. They've still got plenty of time with 33 seconds. Looks like we've got a couple of balls scored into the blue goal. Our red drone upended. It's upside down. Doesn't look like it's going to be going any further in this match as our blue drone makes its partial. Working through, trying to get through that green keyhole gate with 15 seconds left. They only have the arch gates left to go with 10 seconds left. They now have that total eclipse. Making their way over to the landing pad with 3 seconds left. Let's see if they can land, and they do it. Over to you, Chris.
Match 115. We Galaxy Drones and Mockingjays. All right, two teams here from the same school working together to put up a really high score for the fans. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! The team from Edison, New Jersey, working on the towers. The team from Edison, New Jersey, working on the corrals. They are working together in different spots right here, working against the clock. They want to put up a combined score that's higher to raise their average. Why do they want a high average? Well, tomorrow afternoon they'll be choosing alliances. All the alliances today that were set by the computer, randomized. Tomorrow these teams are choosing partners. 32 points. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 for the Chambers. 30 for Chambers. 30 seconds left. They're going to work on the eclipse route. They get 5 points for that partial eclipse, but 25 for a total eclipse. One thing they don't want to do is be crashing into each other. They want to give each other a little bit of space there. There's a total eclipse for the red drone. Woo! No landings. A3L Federal Works Field right here in the middle of the arena. We have 603, 658 Delta Flyers and Drone Masters. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Drone Masters working on the towers. They're helping out, talking with the Delta Flyers. Whoa, that was a little scary there. That ball came down on top of the drone, and we could hear it hitting on the fan blades. It did it again, but they know what they're doing because they've knocked the balls off and not touched any of the towers. Flying over towards the middle of the field now. They're working on the chambers. Delta Flyers has 1, 2, boy, that one ball is really being really tricky. 3 chambers there for Delta Flyers. Delta Flyers working on that center chamber there. 30 seconds left. What they want to do is they want to time it and take just as much time as they need to get through that eclipse route and then to make those landings. The visual observers communicating well right now, trying to get their teams to be lined up and go through that green keyhole. Red does make the eclipse, but not the landing. Down on this side, we have the NASA Kathleen Johnson IVNV facility field. We have the Firebots and Apogee getting set up. They've talked strategy. They know what's going on. They're in the right spots there. We've got judges ready. We're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go! Firebots are working on the chambers, while Apogee goes and works on the towers. They get those towers done in about 15 seconds, which is fantastic. Precision flying on those chambers. Great job from those teams. It's not fast, it's not fancy, but they are in control of those drones. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7 chambers. So far, it's a perfect match. They've got seconds to spare as they go through the first keyhole gate. Great communication there with the visual observers. The blue drone has completed the total eclipse. Three seconds left. Will they try to take off again? Ooh, that's iffy.
And we're back on the Fairmont State Field, match number 118. The River Valley Rads from Springfield, Vermont. Their partners, the Flying Top Hats of North Sutton, New Hampshire. .52 matches to go. That's 17 1/3 more laps around the field. All right, we've got a thumbs up from John, who's going to do every single one of those matches. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The River Valley Rads quickly moving to the chambers on the near side of the field, starting in the middle of that blue area by distributing the game pieces to help them avoid some log jams later. In the meantime, some quick scoring from the Flying Top Hats. That third pillar topples over, but the first two were scored cleanly. And they add a third to their total. Just over a minute remaining. Both drones on the near side of the field now. River Valley Rads nearly have. There they go. The third chamber cleared out, while the Flying Top Hats have emptied out the chamber in the center. There they go. Only 3 chambers remaining unscored with 45 seconds. Flying Top Hats are going to focus on those, while the River Valley Rads hovering in midair, waiting for that chime that tells them they can start off on their eclipse path. 32 seconds. Only 1 chamber to go. And the River Valley Rads moving cleanly through the keyhole gates. They've got them both. And the Flying Top Hats following closely after. They've both made it through. 15 seconds left. Plenty of time here. That red drone on the left, River Valley Rads. 5 seconds remaining. They're on the landing zone. 3 seconds. Flying Top Hats going for the cube. Just a little bit short, though, as time expires. On to A3L Federal Works Field. 2 drones ready to go. In blue, the Chichester Mavericks. Their partners in red, LCHS X, Lincoln County High School X. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Lincoln County High School X quickly scoring their first pillar, lining up for number 2. The Mavericks working on the red chambers. Got 2 nearly emptied out. Just a few game pieces left in that area. Lincoln County High School X, they take the pillars off, the balls off the top of all 4 pillars, but one of those pillars topples over. They'll still get credit for 3 with just under a minute on the clock. 3 chambers cleared out on the red side. That's the Mavericks. Now they head to the center of the field while they handle that. Lincoln County High School Team X, they've got 1 blue chamber empty, now working with their teammates to get the next 2. Only a few game pieces remaining. 35 seconds. The red roller gets moved, giving access to that red goal on the left. 30 seconds left. Only 1 chamber to go, a couple of balls inside of it. Some quick maneuvering here from the Mavericks. They get right through those keyhole gates, and with over 15 seconds, they've finished out their eclipse path. 10 seconds now. Lincoln County High School coming to join them. Both drones looking to park on a bullseye. Very close here. Under 5 seconds for any last-minute adjustments. And that's time. Match number 120. We have 50 more matches to play today, and the teams are ready for this one. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Aerial Avengers from West Grove, Pennsylvania, quickly clearing off those pillars. The first 2 scored swiftly. There goes the third. And a little tap here on the 4th. All the pillars are cleaned off, and Lincoln County High School Team D, they've got 1 chamber cleared on the near side of the field, lining up very nicely for the next 2, and the Aerial Avengers are going to join them. Just under 1 minute on the clock. Each drone working their way down one side of each chamber. The blue side has been cleared out, and the red is sure to follow soon. 4, 5 chambers cleared now. And here comes our chime for 30 seconds. Now, Lincoln County High School, they make it through the first keyhole gate, lining up for the second with direction from their visual observer. Their partners, Aerial Avengers, following close behind. Aerial Avengers, they just slide right through. They changed their elevation a lot during that maneuver. It made the effective opening smaller, but they still get through. 5 seconds now, both teams going for that bullseye. I think they may have made it, but I'm not a referee.
On the Fairmont University field for qualification match 121, we have number 5 teamed up with Aries. We've got a thumbs up. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone going ahead and start to work on those. They've quickly cleared up that first blue chamber, working on the second. Red in the back, trying to clear those white balls off those pillars carefully without knocking them over. Blue in the front has the second chamber cleared, while red in the back accidentally knocks over one. Red trying to get the rest of those pillars over. They've got 3 of the 4 that they'll earn points for, while up in the front, moving up to the front to help their alliance partner out. Blue moving that roller out of the way to get some of those balls over onto the blue goal. Looks like Red took on the task, pushing some of those balls over onto that blue goal side, while Blue clears out to that center chamber. They're moving over to the red side chamber as they come up to 35 seconds. Looks like we've got our first chamber cleared. They've got 2 more red chambers left to clear, and that'll be all 7 chambers. They just heard that buzzer. Red going ahead and working their way through. They've got at least a partial eclipse, trying to go for the full. Blue with the partial. Both of them trying to work their way through. Looks like Blue making it through the green keyhole gate. They're getting that total eclipse with 5 seconds left. Our other drone down behind the blackout curtain, and Blue landing on the bullseye at the last second. Moving over to the A3L Federal Works field for qualification match 122, where we have Team Pluto teamed up with Imperials. We've got thumbs up to start the match in 3, 2, 1, go! Red quickly taking off for those chambers. They're going to go ahead and start on the red chambers first. Blue in the back, slamming down onto the ground. They can still take off if they can get their drone back up into the air, and they do. They're going to start working on those pillars again, while Red has 1 chamber cleared up in the front, working on that second chamber. Just a couple more balls to clear out, and they've done it. Blue gets 1 of those balls off of that pillar. They've got 3 more pillars left to go. There's the second one, keeping those pillars left standing so that they make sure to get their points. Red over onto the front of the field, clearing all 3 chambers over onto the red side. Now moving on to that center chamber, trying to get all 24 balls moved out of it, and they've done it. Moving on to the blue side now with 35 seconds left. Blue knocking off that final ball, leaving all 4 pillars standing. They just heard that buzzer to tell them they can go ahead and start working on those eclipse. Blue moving through the yellow keyhole gate. They're going to be happy with that partial. They're going to go ahead and make their way out onto the main part of the field. Red with a partial. Looks like Red's going to go for the total eclipse. And they've done it with 10 seconds left. Looks like Blue's on their landing pad, and Red is on their landing pad as well with the bullseye. For qualification match 123 on the Katherine Johnson field, we have the Flying Spartacles teamed up with Fluco Engineering 1. We've got thumbs up for both teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone making their way to the back of the field as the red drone makes their way to the front to clear those chambers. They've already got that first blue chamber cleared as they slam down onto the ground. Let's see if they'll get themselves back up into the air. They do very quickly. They just cleared that second chamber as the blue drone in the back knocks off that final white ball, leaving all 4 of those pillars standing, getting all 32 points. They make their way up to the front of the field to help their partner out, clearing out those chambers. Looks like the red drone has 1 more ball to clear out, and they'll get all 3 of the blue chambers cleared, and they've done it. Working on that center one now, clearing out all 24 of those as they reach 45 seconds left. Looks like they've just got 2 chambers left to go on that red side. Blue working on that. Red lying in wait, waiting for that buzzer to go off so they can start that eclipse. As they get to 30 seconds, Red making their way through that yellow keyhole gate. Blue coming in behind them. Both drones making their way through their keyhole gates. Red has a total eclipse. Blue still working on their total. Red has 10 seconds left. They're going to try to go ahead and clear that last chamber as Blue is happy with the partial with 3 seconds left. They're going to go ahead and try to land. Looks like it was very close.
These are some awesome looking trophies over here. You know what? But these trophies are just junk compared to the skills you're learning and the things that you are preparing yourself with for your future careers. These skills are so valuable, unbelievable. Match 124, Tech Titans and River Valley Rads together. And they are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Those teams are in the air, and they are working towards the towers and the chambers. Co-pilots are talking with their pilots as they drive, giving them some help and some extra set of eyes and knowing what to do there. They're communicating well. Keeping that elevation up just so they're not knocking over those green towers. They've done that. 32 points there for the towers. And they move on to the chambers. 5 points per chamber. 35 points for all the chambers. That counts the easy one in the middle. If they get all those chambers clear, then they have the extra time. They are allowed to roll that cylinder back into the spot where the cylinder rests and move balls in front of the cylinder and into those big square areas for 1 point per ball. Sometimes I call them bonus balls, but they're not really bonus. That's actually part of the scoring of the game. If you have time to do it, you do the thing. 30 points for their chambers so far. They got 25 seconds left to go and do the eclipses. And they did get all the points for the eclipses. We've got a crash drone upside down, and upside down is non-recoverable. Let's see if we put a landing with that. A landing on the cube. 10-point landing on the cube. A3L Federal Works sponsored field here in the middle of the stadium. We've got both teams on the field ready to go. They've got thumbs down though. They're not ready. You are ready. They are ready. Hyperdrones and Aerial Wolves Charlie. Wolves. I got you. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go, Charlie. Hyperdrones working on the towers. Eight, 16, 24. 32 for the towers. Great job from the Hyperdrones. Aerial Wolves have those chambers almost totally cleared out. Hyperdrones taking care of the left side with the blue. And they go back to the first chamber to get that one ball that's out of there. Nope, they're going to leave 10 points sitting there like that for now. See if they get help from their partner. Nope. 20 seconds left as they head in the blackout zone. They're back behind the curtain now. They cannot see where their drone is. They're taking all their input from their visual observers. They did get the last of their chambers cleared, 35 points there. They're going to try to take a landing on the bullseyes. They're on the pad, but not on the bullseye. And that's where it ends. Field 3, Katherine Johnson IV&V Facility, NASA-sponsored field. We have East Bank, West Virginia, and Orange, Virginia. Airbank 1 and the Hornets together. All right, John's giving us his thumbs up. Teams are giving us their thumbs up. Our judges are all ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! Go fly that drone. Quick, quick, quick. The blue drone falls out of the sky. It blinked once or twice, but it's back up in the air again. Nice recovery from the Hornets. East Bank is all around that ball, and they finally get that one knocked off. Fourth one quick and easy there. 32 points for the Towers. Center chamber clear. 2 of the 3 blue chambers clear. Working on the red chambers now from East Bank. 40 seconds left in this match. They got plenty of time, so they're going to roll the cylinder back. And that roller opens up the path for those blue balls to go past it. If those blue balls go past it, they have the option to roll them in the 1-point goal. $20 seconds left, and they're now entering the blackout zone. Going to show that it does not take a full 30 seconds to fly that Eclipse. And they've still got 10 seconds to land it. And they're in the bullseye. East Bank bullseye. Ooh.
And we're back on the Fairmont State Field. Match number 1, 27, 2 drones ready to fly. We've got IRHS Drone Team 3 and the Aerial Aces. We'll get this match started in just a few moments. All right, teams are ready, referees are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. IRHS Drone Team 3 flying the red drone in this match. They move to start clearing the chambers on the near side of the field, starting on blue. Their partners, Aerial Aces, clearing off the pillars. They've got 1, 2 scored. Everybody's still standing. These pillars have to stay vertical for teams to get points, and they do quickly score all 4. Now the Aerial Aces head to the center of the field. They're going to join IRHS Drone Team 3 on emptying the chambers. IRHS nearly has their third. They're going to leave 2 of those balls inside the chamber and quickly clear out the one in the center. There they go. 4 chambers cleared there. Their partners adding 2 of their own. 6 out of 7 are clear with 35 seconds left. That chime means we've entered our end game, and we may see these drones. Looks like IRHS is going to head over first. They get through the first keyhole gate. Aerial Aces do the same. Looks like IRHS loop back into the center of the field. They'll take the partial path. Aerial Aces get through the second gate, then weave around the arches. Just over 5 seconds left. 1 drone parked on a cube. The second lands in the bullseye. On to the A3L Federal Works field. Flying Spartacles C in red. The Flying Pigs in blue. Teams are ready. John's not, though. Red referee heading back over to the Fairmont State field to adjudicate the results. We'll get started with our next match in just a moment when he returns. All right, John's back. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The Flying Pigs head quickly to the pillars. The flying Spartacles clearing out the red chamber. There we go. Brain stopped working for a second. 75 seconds left in this one. 2 pillars cleared by the flying pigs. And there they have all 4. They're going to head to the near side of the field. Over a minute left, joining their partners in clearing those chambers. Plenty of time on the clock. A lot of positive movement here in the chambers. 6 of them nearly cleared out. 3 on the red side are empty, only 1 on the blue, and now the center gets emptied out as well. 35 seconds. 6 chambers cleared. And there's our chime. The flying Spartacles zip through the keyhole gate. Now getting directions from their visual observer as they fly in this corner of the field that they cannot see. Spartacles might be stuck underneath the gate. It looks like the flying pigs going to land early. Oh no, the Spartacles recover both drones heading to the landing pads. Under 10 seconds now. They're going to use that time to readjust, trying to get the bullseye, maximizing their landing points as time expires. Our referees are going to take a closer look at that one. And I'm going to walk down to the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V facility field. We've got 2 drones set up. North Marion Aerial Drone Team M flying the red drone. Starting on the near end of the starting zone. Their partners, the Drone Boys, in starting closer to the center of the field. Just a reminder, teams, be sure to get a team selfie with that Dragonfly drone. Post it to the appropriate social media with the requisite hashtags. And the team that posts the most interesting selfie, I believe was the criteria, will get some t-shirts from the Dragonfly team. And due to weather, again, tonight's barbecue has moved inside to the 3rd floor. So we'll see you all there in just a couple of hours. Before we do, though, we've got 42 more matches to play today, 120 more tomorrow. That's right, another 120 qualification matches to play tomorrow, and then our top 10 teams will pick their partners for the finals tomorrow afternoon. All right, we've got 2 drones ready to go. All right, thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. North Marion quickly hops to the center of the field and lines up over those chambers. Their partners, the Drone Boys, drop down in the middle of the pillars and begin to knock the balls off the top, leaving the pillars standing. 2 down and 1 chamber cleared by North Marion. North Marion gets their second chamber cleared, and Drone Boys finish off the pillars, then head to the near side to start clearing things out. Looks like before they hit the chambers, they're going to try to move that roller out of the way. This could give them access to the red goal, where they can score those red balls and increase their score. North Marion clearing out their 4th chamber, and they're going to move the second roller, giving access to the blue goal. I think this is the first match today where we've seen both rollers moved out of the way as we reach the 30-second mark. It looks like Drone Boys are going to hit the Eclipse path first. They make it through the first keyhole gate quickly, bouncing off the second, realigning. 20 seconds. North Marion continuing to focus on those chambers. 4 or 5 are empty. They take another swoop by with 10 seconds left. I think they may have gotten the 5th. Now North Marion, they hit the first keyhole gate to get the partial eclipse. 3 seconds left, both drones landing.
Over on the Fairmont State University field for qualification match 130, we have Riverside Red A teamed up with the Red Barons. We've got thumbs up. We're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones quickly getting into the air. Our red drone making their way to the front to go ahead and start working on those blue chambers. While our blue drone on the back, they've already cleared off half of those pillars. They've got 1 more pillar left to go. 3 of them are standing. All 4 are left standing. They're going to make their way to the front, start working on the red side of those chambers. Our red drone still fighting with those chambers over onto the blue side. They've got at least 1 cleared, trying to get those 2 chambers cleared as our blue drone moving that roller out of the way. As they have that very last red chamber, they're going to start blowing some of those balls over into that red goal area. Let's see if they can do it, get a couple extra points. Looks like we've got our red drone still with 2 balls over into that top part of that chamber, but they're going to go ahead, make their way over to the blackout screen, waiting on that 30-second chime so they can go ahead and start that eclipse. Blue also making their way over after clearing that center chamber, both with partials. Our red drone with a total. Blue still working on their total as well. They're making it through the green keyhole gate. They've just got to go through the arches with 5 seconds left. Let's see if they can do it. And they also get a total with 1 second left. Moving on to the A3L Federal Works field for qualification match 131, we have Piggy Pilot Society teamed up with the Winged Warriors. They're ready to go, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone working their way to the back to start working on those pillars, while the red drone is up in the front of the field working on clearing those balls out of that blue chamber. Looks like they've got the first one cleared, while the blue drone in the back knocks over 2 balls, keeping those pillars standing, knocking over the third, so they won't get the 8 points for that third one, but they will get 8 points apiece for the 3 that they did leave standing as the blue drone makes their way up to the front of the field to start working on that red sides of those chambers. They've got the first one cleared, working on the second one. Looks like we've got just 1 more ball into that blue side to clear it, and they just cleared it. That'll make 4 chambers cleared. They're working on that center chamber as well, trying to get all 24 balls out of there. Looks like they've got just a couple more left as they reach that 35-second mark. We've just got 1 more chamber left to clear over on the red side. The red drone, they're going to make their way. They've got at least a partial eclipse. Blue still trying to get that last red chamber cleared. Red coming out of the zone, or out of the field just a little bit, trying to get through that green keyhole. They make it. Blue going for their partial eclipse. Red's just got to go over the blue, and they've done it for a total. Blue trying to get their total as well with 1 second left. Looks like they're going to try to decide whether that is going to count as a total eclipse or not. As we move over to the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 132, where we have the Mockingjays teamed up with Sky Strikers. Okay, both of our teams are ready, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like our red drone has decided to go to the back of the field to start working on those pillars, while our blue drone made their way to the front. They've already got that first chamber cleared on the blue side, quickly working on the second one. Just a couple more balls before they'll get that second one cleared, and they've just done it. Now they're going to work on that third chamber, while red just finally clears all 4 up here in the back, leaving all 4 pillars standing, while blue is working on that center chamber, trying to get those balls moved out of there. Red's going to start helping out by working on those chambers on the red side. Looks like we've almost got that first chamber cleared. We've got 5 of the 7 chambers cleared. Looks like there may be one more ball in that 5th one, but they managed to get it out. Just 2 more chambers left to clear, and they've got 35 seconds left as red moves that roller out of the way over on that blue goal side. See if they'll start pushing some of those balls over into that blue goal. Red making their way over to start their eclipse. Blue doing the same, both with at least a partial. Both teams easily making it through the green keyhole gate, now moving over and under those arches, both with 10 seconds left, getting those total eclipses, making their way over to those landing pads with 3 seconds left. They need to land. Looks like both of them did. And moving on to the Fairmont field.
Down here on the Fairmont field, we have the Arsonists and Indecisive. Together, they go to put up scores. They are ready, and their judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! The Arsonists take 1 of the balls from the tower, 2 of the balls from the tower, 3, 4 out of 4 from the towers, 32 points right there. Now they move into position, moving left and right, front and back, gently to move those balls from one chamber to the next. They've got the 32 from the towers, plus 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. They cannot go into the blockout zone yet. Now they can. Their visual observers are directing them through the green keyhole as the middle part of the eclipse. They'll travel up, over, under the red arch gate, over the blue arch gate, with 8 seconds left to make their landings. And the Blue Alliance member lands on the cube. The center field of A3L Federal Works. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Galaxy Drones and Viking Bee in the air. Galaxy Drones first moving the roller. The cylinder gets moved out of the way so that they can move balls into the 1-point zone. Vikings B from Woodbridge, Virginia, working on the towers. Galaxy Zone drones. And one of the towers goes down. $24 points for towers. Took about 45 seconds to do that. Time management's a key here. Where are you going to dedicate your time? What are you going to do? What does not get done? 5, 10, 15, 20 points for Chambers. Galaxy Jones working on the Eclipse maneuver. Field 3, NASA's Kathleen Johnson IV&V facility. Both teams here are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're in the air. Country Drones Take Me Home and Chichester Chi Flyers together. As they've got 24 of 32 points on their towers. They're now working on their chambers. We're going to have to look and see if he does that thingy. He's going to clear the last chamber there with 36 seconds left. He moves the roller. 30 seconds left. Not going to do the thingy and score points one at a time down there. And Chichester Chi Flyers finishing up the last of their chamber. Nine 888A through and whoa!
And we've got 2 drones almost ready to fly here on the Fairmont State Field. When Pigs Fly from Morgantown, West Virginia, their partners Bill and the Boys from West Grove, Pennsylvania. Teams are ready. John's ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Bill and the boys head to the chambers, quickly clearing out their first one. When Pigs Fly lining up over the pillars in the back right corner. They've got the elevation. There they go. The first one drops down. In the meantime, Bill and the boys, they've cleared a second chamber, working on their third. And Another pillar from When Pigs Fly. This one, unfortunately, takes a tumble. While Bill and the boys have cleared their third chamber. The third ball drops off the third pillar. And there goes the fourth. 3 of those pillars remain standing under a minute to go. Bill and the boys clearing out their 5th, 6th chamber here. Only 1 to go. 45 seconds. So much time here on the clock. Teams discussing their strategies with each other. And there goes the 7th chamber. Both drones hovering in the middle of the field, waiting for that chime, I believe. And there it goes. When Pigs Fly, make it through the first gate. Bill and the boys. They've made it through the first one, trying to line up on the second. Their visual observer moves them around. There we go. When Pigs Fly. Coming back into the corner of the field. Bill and the boys, 10 seconds left. They've completed that eclipse. They're lining up over the bullseye. And their partners with 3 seconds left come down next to them. 2 seconds. And we're on to A3L Federal Works Field with the Flying Ninja Nuggets and Prop Chop. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Prop Chop moves to the chambers. The Flying Ninja Nuggets hovering over the pillars. They hover over the first pillar. There they go. Swinging the drone side to side, they knock the first one down. In the meantime, Prop Chop, they've cleared out 2 chambers. Make it 3. And the third pillar is scored. There's number 4. 4 chambers cleared and both drones here together to work on the remaining 3. Just under a minute to go. "45 seconds. Prop Chop working on the last 2 chambers. Flying Ninja Nuggets hovering midfield, waiting for that chime. And there they go. Now they zip through the first gate. Visual observer sending them through the second quickly. They flow out the back end of the field, but recover. That was a close one. 20 seconds left. They've completed their eclipse. Prop Chop now following after. I think they've got the first gate lining up with the second. 12 seconds on the clock. Now with 10. The Ninja Nuggets going for that bullseye. 5 seconds, both drones there. I think at least one of them made it in. The other one's close. And we're on to match 138. Hermes and the Delta Flyers. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The Delta Flyers head towards the chambers. They're going to start on the blue side. And they've got one almost cleared out. There, they got it. Hermes gets the second pillar and the third. They reposition here, changing their altitude, and there's number 4. All the pillars are scored. And we've got one chamber empty. The second, nearly so. There it goes. Now Hermes, on the red side of the chambers, starts clearing that out alongside the Delta Flyers. Delta Flyers almost there, getting their third chamber, just 1 to go. There it is, 45 seconds, and now they're going to drift to the center of the field and start clearing out the wide open chamber in the center. Hermes hovering over the second of 3 red chambers. They shift all of the balls over to the right in front of the opening. Now they just have to get them through. For now, though, they're going to try to quickly clear their eclipse path. Both drones hovering near the middle of the field, going over the blackout curtain. The Delta Flyers make it through the first gate. Almost on the second one. Their visual observer readjusting them. 12 seconds remaining. Just 5 now. Looks like we might have a last-second park here. Just skimming along the ground. Our referees have a decision to make there as we head back down to the Fairmont State Field.
For qualification match 139 on the Fairmont State Field, we have Drone Masters and Queen Team teamed up. We've got thumbs up from both teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones quickly making it up into the air. The red drone making their way to the back towards the pillars, while the blue drone going ahead and moving that roller out of the way. As they work on those blue chambers, quickly clearing that first chamber. They've only got one more left to go. Looks like our drone here in the back on the red, accidentally knocking over one of those pillars. Let's see if they can get that last one off without knocking it over, and they do it. Moving to the front, they're going to start working on those red chambers as the blue is still trying to clear those last few chambers. The roller is already out of the way on that side, making that hole free and clear for them to go ahead and start moving those balls into that goal area and earn extra points. They are now at 42 seconds left on the clock. Looks like our blue drone moves some of those balls over into that goal area, scoring just a few of them. That'll be a couple of extra points, at least 1 point apiece for everyone that's in that goal. As they clear out that center chamber, looks like we've got 6 of the 7 chambers cleared. Both drones making their way back to the blackout curtain, trying to work on those eclipses. We've got red and blue both, at least with a partial. Both trying to make their way through the keyhole gates. Looks like they're going to go ahead and stick with the partials with 5 seconds left. As we reach 1, with blue landed on the landing pad. We're going to move on to the A3L Federal Works field, where we have Just Keep Flying teamed up. Elite Panthers for match 140. They're ready to go, so we're going to start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Red going ahead and making their way to the pillars, while blue makes their way up to the front to start working on those chambers. Red trying to get lined up perfectly so that they don't knock those pillars over. Getting that first ball knocked off, the second one, and the third. They've just got one more, and they've done it. All 4 still remaining standing as they move to the front of the field to go help their partner out, start clearing those chambers. Looks like the blue drone has managed to clear 2 of those chambers over on the red side. The red drone clearing the one on the blue side as well. Almost clearing a second one. They've just got one more ball to get out of there as blue clears that center area. That means they've got almost all 7 of them cleared, and there it is. All 7 chambers cleared with 35 seconds. Both drones making their way over, waiting to hear that buzzer so that they can go ahead and start making that eclipse. We've got red with at least a partial slamming into the green keyhole gate. Let's see if they'll make their way back up into the air. They've got 15 seconds left. Blue trying to also make their way through. They're going to go ahead and stick with the partial and go ahead and land on their landing pad with 10 seconds left. Red also trying to get themselves back up into the air with 3 seconds left. Now 2. Not enough time. Over on the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 141, we have Aerial Arson and Team Gold. Okay, both of our teams look like they may be ready to go. And they are, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red making their way to the chambers. They're going to go ahead and start with that blue side. As the blue goes ahead and starts working on those pillars, clearing off one of those balls quite easily, leaving that green pillar standing. They're getting ready to line up for the second one. Teeters very, very carefully, but it manages to stay put as they clear the third one as well. They've just got one more. The red drone up in the front still has one chamber left to clear. Two chambers left to clear. Over onto that blue side, they've got one cleared as blue makes their way up to help with the red side. Red's going to go ahead and start clearing that center chamber. Looks like they're getting up onto about 35 seconds left on the clock. Accidentally blowing some of those balls back into that chamber, but they've got that center one cleared out. Red making their way, blue making their way over to the blackout curtain to go ahead and start those eclipse. Blue at least with the partial. Red trying to get themselves back up over that blackout curtain and through that yellow keyhole gate. Lined up to get a partial. They both at least now have a partial with 10 seconds left. Blue is down on the ground onto the back. They're making their way back up. They keep hitting that blackout curtain. 2 seconds left. One. Red on the landing pad. We'll see if they made it.
All right, on field one, the Fairmont State field, we have two teams from the same school. We've got Aerial Wolves Foxtrot and Aerial Wolves Alpha. Together, they're going as an alliance to put up the highest score they can. Judges are ready. Teams are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! And there goes the first tower. Working on the elevation, nicely done to knock off the ball and not the tower. 8, 16, and 16 will be what they get for that part of the competition. Aerial Wolves Blue working on the blue balls from the chambers. Aerial Wolves Red working on the red balls. As the chime sounds, they head over to the keyhole. Aerial Wolves Blue. With no landing pad. On the A3L Federal Works center field. Fluco Engineering 2 and the Flying Squirrel Spartacles B. Prop spinning. Teams are ready. Keeping them on the ground until we have a 3, 2, 1, go! Little touch on top of that ball to send it rolling. That tower falls. .24 out of 32 for the towers as they zoom over to the chambers. Blue Alliance member has got their 3 chambers cleared. And they're going to go ahead and take care of the middle chamber there. No, they left one ball in the middle chamber. Fall out of the sky before they get a chance to complete their eclipse. And down on the Kathleen Johnson IV&V facility, NASA field, we've got 2 teams here on the field ready to go. They are 76553 and Cheshire Iron Eagles. Iron Eagles is your Blue Alliance. The teams are ready. The judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Iron Eagles working on the towers. Doing a great job keeping that elevation up. Gentle touches. 8, 16, 24, 32. 76553 from Prince Frederick, Maryland has their 3 chambers cleared. They're working on the middle chamber with 15 seconds left before they can even think about going around the back of that blackout curtain for their end game. Seven, 6, 5, 5, 3 is completed their total eclipse, and they're working on their cube landing. And back to Ryan.
And we're back for match number 144. I'm sorry, 145 Fairmont State Field. 2 drones almost ready to go. Flight Club and the Bandits. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flight Club moving the blue roller out of the way. That'll give them access to the blue goal later. Now they're going to work on clearing out those chambers, I believe. No, they're going for the red roller as well. Both goals have a pathway to them. Now they clear out the central chamber. While they do, the Bandits quickly scoring all 4 pillars. Now they're going to join the party on the near side of the field. The central chamber is all cleared out. Now both drones working their way up through their respective sequential chambers there. 2 cleared on each side. And very nearly the third for a total of 7. 42 seconds. One of the challenges of moving these chambers out and the rollers is that you need to push them in opposite directions. The Bandits quickly through the first keyhole gate, trying to line up with second using direction from their visual observer. 15 seconds to go. Now Flight Club, they've cleared the first hole as well. Intentionally back out both drones, looking to land on the bullseye now. Seconds for any final adjustments. 3, 2, 1. And we've got 2 drones on the field for match number 146. Apogee and Sky Strikers, they're ready to go. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Apogee moving towards the chambers. Sky Strikers focusing on pillars early. Apogee with 2 chambers cleared out. Nearly a third. And 3 pillars scored for Sky Strikers. The 4th takes a tumble. Just over a minute remaining. 4 chambers cleared. Sky Strikers now working on the last 3. In the meantime, Apogee looking to move that roller out of the way to gain access to the red goal. They're moving it with such force, it's bouncing back a bit, but it looks like they found a spot they're happy with. Now they try to push those balls past the roller into the red goal without descoring any chambers. 30 seconds left. Teams may start moving towards the Eclipse path soon. 6 chambers cleared as they do. Sky Strikers reach the gate first. Both through the first gate, both trying to find their alignment with the green gate. 12 seconds. Five seconds now. John warning teams about their proximity to the field as time expires. And we are on to the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V facility field. We've got 2 drones being put through final checks by their pilots. In red, we have Aries from Woodbridge, Virginia. Their partners, Hornets from Orange, Virginia. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Hornets quick off the ground, starting to clear out the chambers. Looks like Aries is going to do some maintenance here and get flying shortly. 75 seconds left. Hornets clear out their first chamber, and they're set up nicely for the next 2 as well. Just over a minute. 2 chambers cleared. Lining up for the third. Only a few balls remaining in the chamber. As we cross the minute mark, they go for chamber number 4 in the center of the field. 45 seconds now. Hornets grab chamber number 4. Now they zip over to the far side of the field. Some very quick maneuvering there. They're going to knock off the pillars. 2 are scored, and Aries is in the air. They're going to head to the chambers now with 25 seconds left. 1 pillar takes a tumble, but the other 3 scored very quickly. Aries through the first keyhole gate, lining up with the second. Hornets doing the same. 12 seconds now. Aries makes it through. Now they have to navigate the arches. Hornets look like they're going to park, land even. 5 seconds left, trying to find the bullseye here. 2 seconds.
Over here on the Fairmont field for qualification match 148, we have Tech Titans and Lincoln County High School Team X teamed up. We've got thumbs up, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone making their way to the back as the blue drone is going to work on clearing some of those chambers. Our red drone already quickly clearing at least one of those balls off, leaving that pillar standing straight up. They've got half of them cleared, working on the other half. They've just got 1 more pillar left to clear. Let's see if they can do it, leave it standing, and they did, leaving all 4 standing. They're going to make their way up to the front of the field and start helping out, clearing out those chambers. Our blue drone has 1 chamber, looks like 2 chambers cleared over on the red side. Our red drone has 2 chambers cleared over on the blue side as well. Looks like those balls are getting a little bit jumbled up over into that exit. They're going to have to clear them out to get the rest of them out and clear that chamber fully. Looks like they're up onto 35 seconds. One of those red balls accidentally blowing back into that chamber as the Red Alliance tries to clear out that center one. Red making its way back, getting a partial eclipse. Blue drone working on trying to make sure all 7 of those chambers are completely clear before they make their way back as well to go into the eclipse with 10 seconds left. Looks like they're just going to be happy with the partial. Red going way up into the air with 5 seconds left. Now 3. Looks like they got the total eclipse. Not quite able to land, but blue makes it onto the landing pad. As we move over to the A3L Federal Works field for qualification match 149, we have the Flying Pigs teamed up with the Chichester Mavericks. We've got thumbs up for both of our teams, so we're ready to fly. In 3, 2, 1, go. Blue's going to take the front of the field, working on those chambers, while Red's going to work on the back field, trying to clear those balls off of those pillars. It looks like our red drone down on the ground, quickly making themselves back up right into the air, getting one of those balls knocked off of that pillar without knocking the pillar over itself. Our blue drone over into the front of the field. Looks like they've got at least 1 chamber completely cleared, almost 2. Just clearing that second chamber. They've got that 3rd and final chamber over there for the red side to clear, and then they can move on to work on the other 4. As the red drone finishes off all of these balls onto those pillars, not knocking any of the pillars over, our red drone is back down onto the ground again. Let's see if they can get themselves back up, as our blue drone has almost all of those chambers cleared over for the blue. They've got the center and both red over there laying in wait as they hear that buzzer to go ahead and make their way over to the blackout screen to start working on that eclipse. Looks like red's going to go ahead and work on the partial. Blue's still working on trying to clear those chambers. Looks like we've got 6 of the 7 cleared. Blue also with a partial eclipse as we get to 10 seconds left. Looks like both drones now making their way through the arches with 3 seconds left. Looks like both drones onto the blue cube, but I think only one of those will count, possibly. That'll be up to our head referee. As we move on to the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 150, we have Bill and the boys teamed up with Team Pluto. We've got thumbs up from both our teams. So we're gonna fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone already clearing one of those chambers over onto the blue side. The blue drone already has half of the pillars cleared, working on that third ball. Trying to get it knocked off without knocking that pillar over. They're back down onto the ground. Let's see if they can get themselves back up into the air, and they do. They've got one final ball to knock off of its pillar, as the red drone up front has all 3 of the blue chambers cleared and the center. They're now working on that red side. Looks like they've got at least one red chamber cleared. Blue's gonna go ahead and move that roller out of the way. Let's see if they can get some of those balls moved over into that blue goal area and get some extra points. Accidentally blowing some of those balls back into that chamber. They're gonna have to get those out of there to get those points. They're getting to about 35 seconds left on the clock as red goes ahead and clears out the last bit of that chamber with all 7 cleared. Both made their way over through the yellow keyhole gate for a partial. Blue with the total eclipse. Red still trying to work on that total eclipse. They're going to go ahead and blue's going to work on trying to push some of those balls over into the goal area. Looks like they've got 10 seconds left. Red now with the total eclipse as well, hitting the ground with 3 seconds left. They're back upright, and they make it onto the cube with the last few seconds.
Next up, we have When Pigs Fly and then Flying Ninja Nuggets. Both ready, judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're in the air, and they're off. When Pigs Fly has a red drone, and they're working on the center chamber first. Then they're going to move to the red chambers. Flying Ninja Nuggets has 8, 16, 24, 32 perfectly on the towers. 16 seconds to do that. They did it very nicely. The blackout is open. When Pigs Fly has a neat method of directing their team, and they're going to settle for a partial eclipse and then go for the landing. To landing. A3L Federal Works sponsored field in the middle of the arena here. We have both teams on the field. We have one drone connected, and the second drone is not paired. The red one's not paired yet. That's Delta Flyers trying to get paired. Flying Spartacle C's helping them out a little bit. There they go. Everybody's paired up now. Pilots, you ready? Visual observers, you ready? Judges, you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Flying Spartacle C, hitting that second tower. Nice roll on the third one and easy touch on the fourth one. They get 8, 16, 24. Delta Flyers, in the meantime, cleared 2 of their chambers. They've got all their balls together there, getting ready to push them right through that opening on the third chamber. Good communication back and forth with the visual observers to the pilots. .30 seconds left. And all 7 chambers cleared. They're going to settle for the partial eclipse and then go in for the landing. And it looks like they've got 2 bullseyes. On the Kathleen Johnson IV&V facility field. Looks like we're swapping out a drone here. Airbank 1 is the blue drone on this match, and they are paired and ready to go. Galaxy drones getting set up. All right, the pilots are ready, the co-pilots are ready. Are the visual observers ready? All right, visual observers are ready too. We're ready for a head referee. And Galaxy Airbank in 3, 2, 1, go! Airbank 1 and Galaxy Drones working together here in this teamwork match number 153. Galaxy Drones gets all 4 of the towers cleared. Airbank has 1, 2, 3, 4 chambers cleared. Pink's going to move that cylinder back, see if they can score some of those single point balls. They get a whole handful of them through, and 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5, 6 maybe. Two total eclipses. 12 seconds left. They're going to work on those chambers they left over there. Looks like it. 7 seconds left. And they get the high point. 15-point landings.
And we are back on Fairmont State Field for match number 154. Two teams from Edison, New Jersey. We've got the Firebolts in red and Drone Masters in blue. And our teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The Drone Masters heading towards the back corner of the field. They're going to work on the pillars, while the Firebolts maneuvering around the chambers. I think in most of their matches, that's where they've started out. They're well practiced at it. Drone Masters with the third pillar down already. Firebolts working on their second chamber. They have it clear. There's the fourth pillar. Just under a minute remaining. Both drones now on the near side of the field. Two chambers cleared. Almost there on the third. Make it the fourth. 35 seconds. Central chamber cleared for now as we hear the chime for the end game. Both drones heading to the back left corner. Lining up through the blackout curtain. Drone Masters make it through the first keyhole gate. Almost the second. Firebolts taking a few more seconds on that chamber, and they make it through the first gate as well. Drone Masters make it through. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And next up, match 155 on the A3L Federal Works field. We've got Team Gold from Palmyra, Virginia, and number 5 from Manalapan, New Jersey. Thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Number 5 moving to the chambers. Team Gold working on pillars. Two pillars scored quickly, 75 seconds remaining. There's the third and the fourth. The pillar wobbled, but it stayed vertical. 65 seconds, 2 chambers cleared. Make it 3. Both drones maneuvering carefully around this area of the field, making lots of progress. The 5th and 6th chambers are almost cleared out. Looks like they have it. Now just one more to go in the center here. 42 seconds to go. Team Gold hovering in the middle of the field, lining up with the keyhole gate, waiting on that chime, while number 5 finishes clearing out those chambers. All 7 are empty as we enter the end game portion. The first keyhole gate, both keyhole gates quickly cleared by Team Gold. Both drones maneuvering quickly through with the help of their visual observers. Now flying under and over the arches respectively. 15 seconds, they're both going to land. Plenty of time to try and line up on those bullseyes to maximize their scores. 5 seconds left. One drone down inside the other. 3, 2, 1. It looks like they've got it. Next up, match number 156. We've got the Winged Warriors and Queen team. Pilots are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Winged Warriors quickly heading to the pillars in the back corner of the field. All right, we're going to restart this one. The timer didn't start for some reason. Some quick practice there. All right, our teams are reset and ready to go. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. There we go. Winged Warriors wending towards the back right corner, hovering over the pillar. And there they tap the ball off safely. In the meantime, Queen team, they've cleared off one chamber on the near side. Almost have a second as the Winged Warriors clear off the fourth pillar. Both teams now in the front of the field. So you reach the 1 minute mark. 3 chambers cleared. Winged Warriors on the left, working on clearing out the chambers on their half of the field. In the meantime, Queen team, they've scored a couple in that blue goal. They moved the roller out of the way early. Now they're going to work on the center chamber. 35 seconds now, only one chamber remaining. Queen team lines up, waiting for that chime. Now they head through the first keyhole gate. That's a partial eclipse. Now trying to take direction from their visual observer. 20 seconds left. They've made it through both gates. Winged Warriors following quickly after. They've made it through one, lining up with the second. Now they're through. 12 seconds remaining, one total eclipse. Make it 2. Plenty of time here. 5 seconds left. 1 drone in the bullseye. 2 almost there as time expires.
Over on the Fairmont State Field, we have Riverside Rad A and the Chichester Chi Flyers here for qualification match 157. We've got a thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone making their way to the back to start working on those pillars, while the red drone is up in the front, those chambers out on the blue side. Looks like we've got at least 1 cleared, almost a second cleared. We've got half of our pillars knocked off as we get to the last 2, and we accidentally knock one of those pillars over, so they'll get a score for 3 of the 4. They make their way up to the front to start working on the red side of those chambers, starting to clear those. As blue finishes up clearing the blue side, they're going to work on moving it to that center one, clearing it very quickly with 50 seconds left. Blue drone working on that very last red chamber to clear. Red coming in to assist. Looks like they've almost got it clear. And they have all 7 chambers cleared with 35 seconds left on the clock. Both drones waiting over here by the blackout curtain for that chime. We've got blue already through both yellow and green keyhole gates. Red as well. They're going to make their way back over that blackout curtain, under the red and over the blue. And both of our drone teams have that total eclipse. Looks like red may be landed on the landing pad. They came back up instead with 5 seconds left. Blue in the bullseye, red on the landing pad. And there's the end of the match. As we move over to the A3L Federal Works Field, where we have the Elite Panthers and Aerial Wolves Charlie waiting for us for qualification match 158. We've got a thumbs up from both teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone making their way to the back part of the field where they're going to start working on trying to knock those balls off of those pillars, but not knock those pillars down. Our blue drone up in the front of the field working on clearing those chambers out. They've got that first blue chamber completely clear. Currently working on trying to push some of those balls out of that second blue chamber as their partner back here in the back has one final ball left to knock off, and they have cleared all 4, leaving the blue 4 standing. They'll get 32 points. Making their way back up to the front of the field so they can start working on clearing those balls out of that chamber to help their partner out. They started with that center one, clearing it. Moving over to the red side to clear it now with 40 seconds left on the clock. Blue still fighting with that final chamber. They've got 2 of the 3 for the blue, while red is on their final chamber as well, accidentally pushing some of those back in. They'll have to clear that last one out before it'll count. Red leaving it for now, going ahead for the partial eclipse. Easily going through that green keyhole gate. They're under the arch and over the other blue arch. They've got that total, or that full total eclipse, and they sort of bounced into the red landing pad where they needed to be with 5 seconds left. So we'll see what the ruling goes for that one as it bounced into the landing pad. As we move over to the Katherine Johnson field, we have team 76553 teamed up with Fluco Engineering 1 for qualification match 159. Okay, both of our teams for qualification match 159. Again, we have team 76553 teamed up with Fluco Engineering 1. We've got a thumbs up here for the Katherine Johnson field. We're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like blue's going to go ahead and start clearing those blue chambers while red quickly knocks over one of those balls off the pillar, leaving it standing. Knocks over the second. They've got half of them done. There's the third one. And there's the fourth one, leaving all 4 of them standing. They're going to make their way to the front of the field and start helping clear those chambers. Our blue drone looks like they've got 2 of the 3 chambers cleared on the blue side. They've just got 1 more left to go. Accidentally blowing a couple more back into that second chamber. They'll need to get those removed. Our red drone getting 1 of those chambers cleared. Now the second one cleared. They've got 50 seconds left on the clock. Trying to get that third one cleared of all those red balls out of there. Blue now has that one last chamber left to clear, and they've done it. They've now moved on to that center one where they have 24 that they need to get out. Red also struggling, blowing some of those balls back up into those chambers onto the red side as they hear that buzzer telling them they can go ahead and start with their eclipse. Both drones at least earning a partial eclipse by making it through those yellow. Looks like red making their way over. Blue. Red may have cut that one just really a little bit short. We'll have to see what our head referee says as both of them make their landing on the landing pad.
Thanks, Stephanie. That was a great match down there on field 3. Hope this one's just as good here on field number 1 on the Fairmont State University field. Flying Spartacles B, Aerial Arson together in a teamwork challenge to score all 32 of the tower points, all 35 of the chamber points. They want to score 2 full eclipses for 25 each. Yes, I am. And they want to score 15 each for the bullseyes. That's the goal. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. I'm done stalling. 3, 2, 1, go! Flying Spartacles B is off now. Moving towards the towers. Aerial Arson, quick with that first chamber. Now they're working on the blue chambers. The key is moving those balls back and forth and moving them forward and not letting them go back into the other chambers. Nicely done. 2 chambers cleared. All 4 of the towers. With 45 seconds left, they're right on pace where they want to be. Great job for their Aerial Arson as they trade off the controller. Very smooth there through the Eclipse maneuver. 17 seconds left as they end up the Eclipse. That's about as quick as I've seen. Oh, heartbreaker. That's one of those skills you got to really practice with the quick takeoff, quick landings. Quick takeoff, quick landings. I have one team for match 162. That's right, 161. That's what I said. That's not what I said. That's what I meant to say. (2632H) Hermes from Morgantown, West Virginia is our red alliance. Our blue alliance is the Arsonists 61736J from Edison, New Jersey. Both teams are ready? Three, two, one, go for match 161. The arsonists are fire hot. All 4 of those tower balls. It takes a different kind of precision to move those balls through the chambers. But Hermes and the arsonists are getting it through there. They've got 45 seconds left in this match, so 15 seconds before they can even think about going for the Eclipse. There they have 3, 4, 5 chambers cleared. They're going to leave 2 chambers with balls in them. Head for the second one to go through the keyhole gates. We have a red drone on the ground upside down. If it was right side up, there'd be a chance they could take that off and get going again, but upside down, it will not do it. They did stick the landing for the 5-point landing pad. So the visual observers got their questions answered. Are you ready? And pilots, are you ready? And judges are ready? In 3, 2, 1, go for match 62, 162, 162. Hard to believe we've done 162 matches today. And there's a little fall right there by the red drone, but they managed to land right side up and get taken off again. Four out of 4 is 32 points for the towers. Aerial Aces taking care of that job. The Imperial's been working on their chambers. Now they'll work together on that middle section. Five, 10, 15 points for their chambers. They're going to leave those chambers there and head for the high points. Partial eclipse for the Blue Alliance member. Aerial Aces. They abandon their eclipse and head for the landing pad also. Looks like 5 points each for those landings.
And we're back on the Fairmont State Field. 2 drones almost ready to fly. In red, we've got Fluco Engineering 2, their partners in River Valley Rads.
No, wait, Ryan. They're really looking close at this bullseye landing down here. It's like it's on the line, but is it touching the black on the outside line? And John gets his phone out and turns the light on to check. And the official word is, they get it! Great job!
All right, we've got thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. River Valley Rads heading right to the chambers, working on the blue side first. They quickly clear out the first. Fluco Engineering hovering over the pillars, just brushing over the top of that first ball, but they get it in the next pass. 2 chambers clear for the River Valley Rads. They line up for the third. Only 1 ball remaining there. Fluco Engineering with 1 pillar remaining. There they have it. 4 chambers clear for River Valley Rads. Now their partners joining the fray. River Valley, they're going to hover for a good 20 seconds here waiting for that end game chime. In the meantime, Fluco Engineering working on those red chambers. First one is clear. Looks like they're going to join here. Still too early. 5 seconds left for that chime. 2 seconds. 1. Now we can get the eclipse path. Rads zip through first. Fluco gets through right after, but they're going to head back. They're going to take the partial for now and work on clearing those chambers out. River Valley Rads, they finish their eclipse path. 15 seconds to spare, and they're hovering over the bullseye. Fluco Engineering 2. Very close here with 5 seconds left. 5 chambers cleared. 3, 2, 1. And they both touch down before the chime. Two drones with the pilots finishing their setup for our next match. Sounds like they're ready to go. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The flying top hats hovering over the center chamber to start. Their partners Indecisive moving towards the pillars. They've decided on their first target. They give it a tap, and it falls over for points. 2 pillars scored for Indecisive, and 1 chamber cleared for the flying top hats. Just over a minute remaining. Another tap on the third pillar scores, and now Indecisive with 1 pillar remaining. 2 chambers cleared for the flying top hats. There we go, all 4 pillars handled. Now both drones in the front half of the field, working on those chambers. Nearly 3 scored here by the top hats. Only 1 ball left inside that maze. 30 seconds left. We're going to see some teams shift over to the eclipse path. So Indecisive tries to line up with that first keyhole gate. They just pop over the top as they go to correct it. They crash down. They might be able to take off. Their visual observers giving them some guidance. Both drones now underneath that blackout curtain. 10 seconds left. Indecisive gets up off the ground, but the suction from their props pulls them back in. 3 seconds remaining. 2, 1. We are on to match 165 on the NASA Katherine Johnson IV and Facility Field. We've got 2 pilots set up next to their drones. In red, IRHS Drone Team 3 from Frankfort, Delaware. Their partner, the Flying Spartacles from East Longmeadow, Massachusetts. It's match 165 out of 170 today. And we'll be back bright and early tomorrow. We've got another 120 qualification matches to play before we head into our Alliance Selection and Finals tournament. All right, our teams are ready to play. Nope, Todd just picked up a microphone, so I think we're going to wait a second.
Test, test. Okay, teams, parents, coaches, dinner will be served at 6:30 on the 3rd floor in the dining hall. And we will have the live music playing as well, the Hillbilly biscuits will be playing. So we invite you to come learn more about a West Virginian culture and head upstairs. If you didn't buy a ticket, that's okay. Come on upstairs. We'll accommodate you in one way or another. So please come up at 6:30 for dinner. It's going to be a wonderful time. We'll see you there.
All right, now our pilots are ready to fly. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The flying Spartacles head towards the pillars with their blue drone, IRHS Drone Team 3, clearing out the blue chambers. Ooh, it looked close there, but that pillar did topple over. Flying Spartacles, though, popping back up, scoring the second. One chamber clear on the near side, just over a minute remaining, and there goes the fourth pillar. 3 of them stay standing, 3 of them earn points. Now both drones working on clearing out those chambers, 2 clear on the blue side, 1 clear on the red. These drones working together to try and maximize their score as a team. And these teams get ranked based on their average score. 40 seconds on the clock. 6 chambers cleared, and the 7th almost there. Flying Spartacles have everything lined up nicely. Now both drones lift up into the air to head towards the keyhole gates. They both get through the first, now taking direction from their visual observers on the left-hand side. IRHS, they're going to take the pistol for now. 15 seconds left. Not sure if they're going for the chamber or for a landing pad, but they've got time to make a decision here as the Flying Spartacles complete their eclipse path. 3 seconds left. 2, 1.
And we're back over on the Fairmont State University field where we're going to start qualification match 166 with River Valley Rads teamed up with Vikings B team. We've got thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone going ahead and making their way over to the chambers to clear those out, while our blue drone makes their way to the back of the field. They're slowly lowering themselves down, knocking that first ball off of its pillar, leaving it standing, working on the second one. Our red drone up in front, looks like they've got that first chamber cleared. Some of those balls accidentally blowing right back into that chamber. They're working on getting those out. While our blue drone looks like they've got 3 of the 4 pillars left standing, so they'll get scores for those 3. Moving up to the front, they're going to start helping out their alliance partner by clearing out the rest of those chambers on that blue side. They've still got plenty of time. Blue moving over to that center chamber, quickly blowing out all 24 balls. As we get to 40 seconds left, they move back over to those side chambers, the red and the blue, accidentally blowing some of them back up into those upper chambers. Reds just got 1 more chamber left to clear, but they hear that buzzer letting them know that they can go ahead and start the eclipse. Blue coming back into the field. Looks like red. Almost, there it is, getting that total eclipse. Blue accidentally knocking into the green keyhole gate. They've got 6 seconds left. Red's going to go ahead and go over to the landing pad with 3 seconds left. And they drop before the buzzer. Doesn't look like it's going to be a bullseye, but it's at least on the landing pad. Over on the A3L Federal Works field, we've got qualification match 167 ready to start. Nope, they're giving us a thumbs down. All right, they're ready to go now, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. We have Mockingjays teamed up with Lincoln County High School here on the A3L Federal field. Our red drone knocking over one of those white balls off of that pillar, knocking the second one off. They've got half of them. Looks like they've got the third one. They've just got 1 more left to go. Let's see if they can do it and leave that pillar standing. And they did. So they'll get points for all 4 of those pillars. They are still above 1 minute left on the clock as they make their way to the front of the field to help their partner out. blue drone clearing all 3 balls out of the blue side of the chambers. Now working on to that center one, getting that one cleared out as well. Red quickly starting to clear out those chambers on the red side. Looks like we've got almost 5 chambers cleared out of the 7. As they get to 35 seconds, they've got 1 last chamber left to clear. Accidentally blowing a couple of those balls back in. They just heard that buzzer telling them they can go ahead and start working on that eclipse. Red with the partial going way out of the field, getting pushed back in. Blue with their partial as well. Red coming way back out of the field again. Blue also going out slightly out of the field. Both deciding to stick with just the partial with 5 seconds left, making their way over to the landing pad. Looks like red may have a bullseye. Moving over to the Katherine Johnson field for match 168, we have the Bandits teamed up with Just Keep Flying. We've got a thumbs up, so we're going to start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone moving to the back, getting ready to clear those balls off of those pillars, trying to leave them standing as our blue drone is up front working on those red chambers. We've got 1 of those balls knocked off, 2 of the balls knocked off. They've got 2 more left to go. Let's see if they can keep those pillars standing. And they accidentally knock 1 of them off. They've got 1 more left. They've got scores for 3 of the 4 pillars. They're going to move up to the front of the field, start working on those blue chambers with their alliance partner. Our blue drone getting almost all 3 of the red chambers completely clear, and they just managed to do it. Our red drone working on those blue chambers. It looks like they've got that very final blue chamber left to clear. Our blue drone moving that roller out of the way. Looks like they're going to push some of those balls over into that goal area. They're going to leave it for now, make their way over into the blackout zone to go ahead and work on that eclipse. Looks like our blue drone has at least a partial. Red making their way over as well. Red looks like they're trying to go for that partial. Blue gets a total eclipse, and it looks like they've landed on the bullseye possibly. Red is at least on the landing pad with 2 seconds left, and there's the end of the match.
Here we go with the Flight Club and the Chichester Iron Eagles in match 169. Both teams ready, visual observers ready, judges ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! Iron Eagles is taking the responsibility of doing the towers. That's a tough one because if they fly too low or too fast and too hard and they knock those towers over, there's no points for that tower. You've got to knock off the ball without destroying the tower. They get all 4 of those for 32 points. And now they're headed over to join the Flight Club in the chase for the chambers. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All chambers clear. So far, this is a perfect match. They're going to roll the balls past the cylinders. 30 seconds left. Full eclipse for one team. 16 seconds left. They're going straight for the landing. Chichester Iron Eagles says we're good with the partial eclipse, and we're not even going to go for that full eclipse thing. A3L Federal Works Field, match 170, North Marion Aerodrome Team M and Hyperdrones. Teams are ready, judges are ready, visual observers ready. 3, 2, 1, go! North Marion heads off quickly to the towers. Hyperdrones working on the chambers. Uh-oh. As he bumps the ball, the drone lands upside down. I've seen drones on their side. I've seen drones up against a blackout curtain. I've seen a lot of recoveries, but I've never seen one recover from flipped upside down. Devastating. Heartbreaking. Quick thinking, though, by Hyperdrones. They're going to go in, they're going to take care of the towers. They got 2 of them. 3 of them. So with only 1 drone flying, they're going to maximize their score to minimize that damage. They're going to try for the eclipse. Visual observer communicates, and they get that job done. Under and over. 7 seconds left. I thought they were going to go for the chambers. Then I thought they were going to go for the landing, and then they slowed down, and they didn't make either one of them.